Well, it's 8:48. I better get going. 8:48 Alberta time. Welcome to the Olympic Oval at the University of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. I would first like to begin with the territorial acknowledgement. I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge that we are on traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising of the Siksika, Piikani, and the Kainai First Nations. Also, the Sootenay First Nation and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, region number 3. I would also like to note that the University of Calgary is situated on land adjacent to where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, and the traditional Blackfoot name of this place is called Mukinstis, which we now call the City of Calgary. Well, good morning. A hearty good morning to everybody once again, to all our athletes, coaches, volunteers, officials, staff, and supporters of not only the sport of speed skating, but the speed skaters themselves. Many of you have traveled to be here from all over Canada, and some of you from either farther locations. We hope you're enjoying your stay here in Calgary and the first 2 days of this 3-day meet. And you know the best part? We get to do it all over again today. How cool is that? On behalf of the meet coordinator, Greg Planart, and the entire organizing committee, let me officially welcome you back to the Calgary Olympic Oval, a venue initially built for the 1988 Winter Olympics, opening almost 35 years ago. Hard to believe the time has come and gone. At that time, that was only the second permanent indoor oval ever built in the world, just after the one in Germany in 1985. This ice is trademarked as the fastest ice in the world. The intact oval that recently opened in Quebec City marked the 40th indoor oval in the world, if you happen to be keeping track at home. Starting this morning at precisely 9 a.m., we begin our final day of this 3-day long track speed skating meet with 3 competitions all packaged together this weekend. The Grand Prix, the Canada Cup 3, which was to be held in Winnipeg the second week of February, and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, which was to be held in Quebec City between Christmas and New Year's. To say that COVID and the pandemic has caused many scheduling changes is an understatement. Yet here we are, the show goes on. This weekend marks, by my count anyway, the 19th long track event held in Calgary, which started with the time trials back in July. This in a season with all 4 World Cups held to Christmas, all ahead of the 24th Winter Olympics in Beijing, China. It's been an exciting yet challenging year for all involved with the sport. This particular meet is very important for several skaters looking to achieve times to earn their carding to allow them funding, and others, especially those competing in the Canadian Junior Championships, will be seeking to be crowned top junior, and the results are in fact in. We will have a medal ceremony that will happen around noon Alberta time after the 500-meter men's races. And for others, or for all of you, in fact, continuing to achieve personal bests, or PBs as we say in the sport of speed skating. And speaking of personal bests, they rained down from the Calgary Olympic Oval skies for the first 2 days. I will go out on a limb to say PBs will be harder to come by today because so many of you set them in the last 48 hours. However, bring them on, skaters. Today we have a repeat of the 500 meter, the 1,000, followed by the ever fun mass start, NASCAR racing on ice. And if all goes according to plan, I hope to have an interview with Olympian Alexa Scott. So let's see how the day goes. Ladies and gentlemen, athletes, everybody involved on the webcast and here inside the Oval as everybody readies themselves for day 3 of the Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3, and the Canadian Junior Championship. So sit back and enjoy. Cheer on these athletes that have worked so hard to be here, with everyone paying some kind of price along the way. We're coming up to the 2-minute warning. A 9 o'clock start. The women's second 500-meter event. We had the first one on Friday. 500-meter women's, 500-meter men's today, followed by the 1,000-meter men's. And then we'll have a break and a mass start for the women's and the men's this afternoon. So an exciting day ahead for day 3 here, the final day of this weekend's meet. Next weekend will be oval finale, and many of you are sticking around and will be here as well. But right now we focus on day 3, the final day of the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Long Track Championships. The 2-minute warning is up. The officials are ready themselves. I'm going to introduce the first 2 racers. Go quiet and let the starters take it from here. There will be 29 pairings in the 500-meter women's race. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. Good luck, ladies, and the rest of you in all the pairings ahead. Good, clean start in the first pairing in the 500-meter women's races. Don't have the opening 100 time. Down the straightaway they go. Van Horn's personal best is 42.01. Pelkey at 42.23. These skaters will be looking to best their PB. Let's see how they do. Here comes Van Horn and Pelkey down the straightaway. Skylar Van Horn crosses the line at 41.98. She's going to be really happy with that time. That is a new personal best. I don't have any. I have nothing. In the second pairing, I'll report. Go ahead and start. I'll introduce the racers later. Okay, in the second pairing, I'll get it together up here in the inside lane. Ariana Fournier from Quebec. Also from Quebec, Chloe Jelinek in the outer lane. Fournier's opening time, 11.79. Jelinek in at 11.86. Here they come down the straightaway. Fournier will finish in the outer lane. Jelinek in the inner lane. Jelinek crosses the line at a time of 41.90. Fournier in at 42.25. We now move to the third pairing where we have a single skater in the outer lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. Emmanuel Cote skating by herself in the outer lane. Emmanuel Cote from Quebec, her opening time 11.55. I will have Caitlin Pelkey's time momentarily. Skylar Van Horn, personal best. Caitlin Pelkey's time is 42.19. 42.19. Here comes Cote down the front straightaway. She will finish with a time of 41.06. She'll be happy with that time. Emmanuel, that's a personal best. Congratulations. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopland. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. In the opening 100-meter time, Phaneuf with a time of 11:46. That's the fastest time so far out of four pairings. Gopland in at 11:88. Here comes Gopland down the straightaway. Gopland will cross the line first, and she does so. Rather, Phaneuf will cross the line first at 40.69, 46. She'll be very happy with that. That is a personal best for Victoria. In the fifth pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Hee Won Song. We've got the Battle of Alberta. Haley Bell's opening 100 meters is 11:39 for the second fastest today. Hee Won Song in at 11:31. In the previous pairing, Audrey Phaneuf at a 40.69. That is a personal best. Victoria Gopland in at 41.34. 41.34 for Gopland. Hee Won Song will cross first, it looks like, and she will complete her 100 meters at 40.38, just off her PB. Bell at 41.2. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Caroline Gingras. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. Very close race indeed. Oh, I love when this happens. Gingras Desmarais, they're opening 100 meters. 11.29 exactly for both of them. It usually happens to me once in a meet, and it did today in pairing number 6. Gingras and Desmarais, opener 11.29. We should see a sub-40 race here for both of these skaters. Here comes Desmarais in the inside lane who started in the outer lane. She crosses the 100 meters at 39.46. She's going to be happy with that. That is a personal best for Desmarais. Gingras in at 40.36. We now move to pairing number 7 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabotte-Roy. All right, we're in pairing number 7 of 29 pairings. Rose Lalabotte-Roy with an opening 100 meters at 11:04, the fastest time so far. McCluskey in at 11.48. We'll see sub 40 times here between Abigail and Rose as they round the final corner. Here comes Lalabotte on the inside lane, and then McCluskey skating right to the line. Here comes Lalabotte-Roy, and she achieves a time of 39.53. McCluskey 39.97. We now move to the 8th pairing of 29 pairings. In the inside lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche. Opening 100 meters, 10.75 for Hiller. Lamarche, 10.97. Thank you. Carolina Hiller and Beatrice Lamarche, British Columbia and Quebec on the ice right now. Hiller will finish in the outer lane, Lamarche in the inner lane. It's looking very, very close between these skaters. Crossing the line first, Carolina Hiller at 39.28. Lamarche at 38.95. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from Germany, Maura Josh. And we're off in the 9th pairing of 29 pairings. Anna Bourgeois starting in the inside lane will finish in the outer. Bourgeois opening 100 meters, 11.61. Josh in at 11.72. Here comes Josh and Bourgeois down the straightaway. Crossing the line first was Anna Bourgeois at 40.7. Josh in at 40.72. 41.72 rather. We now move to the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. Molly Johnson in the black and the orange. Her opener in the 100 meters is 11.8. Camille Tremblay, 11.47. The lane they start in is not the lane they finish in. Johnson will finish in the outer lane. Tremblay will finish in the inner lane. They round the final corner. Here they come, their final 100 meters, giving it all they got in this 500 meters. Looks like Tremblay's got an edge, but there's still time to catch her, but Tremblay will cross the line first at a 41.84 clip, which is a personal best for her, and 42.17 for Johnson. Ladies, personal best for Molly Johnson and Camille Tremblay. Well done. In the 11th pairing, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Alix Delvaux. This is the 11th pairing of 29 pairings in the women's 500 meters. Solly's opener is 11.66. Delvaux 11.91. These skaters will be seeking their personal bests again, as personal bests were in abundance on Friday and Saturday. Friday on the 500 meters and Saturday in the 1,000 meters. It will be more difficult for the skaters to achieve them, but not impossible. Here comes Solly in the outside lane. Cool shot on the webcast. Solly crosses the line at 42.04. She's going to be absolutely ecstatic with that at personal best. 42.35 for Delvaux, and that's also a personal best. So Solly, Robin Solly, Alix Delvaux, congratulations on more PBs. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. Emily Greenfield's opener. Emily Greenfield's opener, 11.54. Dallaire at 12.13. Here comes Greenfield, who started in the inside lane with a white armband. She will finish off in the outer lane, and she will cross the line first at a time of 41.59 for a personal best. Dallaire at 43.75 and also a personal best. Ladies, keep it going. More personal best. Emily Greenfield, Serena Dallaire, congratulations on your personal best. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Allison Lalonde. And in the outer lane, all the way from Sweden, Tina Svensson. You're watching the 13th pairing of 29 pairings in the 500-meter women's race here in Calgary, Alberta. Lalonde's opener, 11.98. Svensson in at 12.31. You gotta love those skin suits from Sweden. The beautiful blue and yellow colors really pops out on the ice. No matter what armband she's wearing, what color of armband, I can always tell who's skating from Sweden. Here comes Lalonde down the front straightaway, the final straightaway with a few meters to go. She crosses the line at a time of 42.49. Svensson in at 43.9. Svensson will be happy with that because that is a personal best for her. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. We've got Emma Langstrom and Lindsay Smart on the ice right now. Langstrom's opener, 100 meters, 11.97. Lindsay Smart in at 12.37. Here's hoping more personal best fall. There has been 26 skaters so far and 9 personal best. Here comes Langstrom down the front or final straightaway. In the black and the orange, Smart in the yellow and the black. Langstrom crosses the line at a time of 43.32 and Smart in at 44.61, both just off their PBs. In the 15th pairing coming up in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Lila Cartier. Ella Cloutier's opening 100 meters is 12.26. Lila Cartier in at 12.21. Crossing the line first is Ella Cloutier at a time of 43.65. Cartier at 44.29. That is a personal best for Lila Cartier. I got to double check Ella Cloutier. But Cartier at this point, PB, Cloutier, I'll be back to you. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. Rebecca Bieber's opening time is 12.05. Dvorak in at 12.11. Dvorak comes down the final straightaway. She crosses the line first at a time of 44.09. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. Rebecca Bieber crossed the line at 45.6, and that is a personal best for her as well. Sophia Dvorak, Rebecca Bieber, congratulations on your personal best. We now move to the 17th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. In the outer lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. Opening 100 meters for Brooke Braun, 12.22. Sarah Murray, 12.32. Ella Cluche in pairing number 15 had a time of 43.65. That bests her personal best by 2/2100ths of a second. Congratulations, Ella Cluche, for a personal best. Braun and Murray coming down the straightaway. Braun crossing the line first at 44.19. Murray in at 44.82. For Murray, that will be a personal best. Congratulations, Sarah Murray. We now move to the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. And also from Manitoba in the outer lane, Rachel Spritzens. In the Battle of Manitoba on the ice right now, Spritzen's opener 100 meters, 12.35. Kemp in at 12.66. Down the straightaway they go, crossing lanes. Spritzen will finish in the inner lane. Kemp will finish in the outer lane. Let's hope we get some more personal bests out of these skaters. Kemp and Spritzens down the final straightaway. Kemp will cross the line first at a time of 45.43. Spritzens at 46.47. We now move to the 19th pairing of 29 pairings in the inner lane from Alberta, Elise Prich. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. Per pitch opener 12.2, North 12.64. Getting encouragement from their coaches as they lane change in that back stretch on that 100-meter stretch from pylon to pylon, which is where you do the lane change. The inner skater will finish in the outer lane, and what you see on the screen right now is Elise Prich. She's going to finish her race at 44.97. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. North in at 46.67. For Elise Prich, that is a personal best. We now move to the 20th pairing of 29 pairings in the 500-meter women's race. The inner lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. And in the outer lane from British Columbia as well, Elizabeth Smith. So we have two skaters from British Columbia, but with two different outfits on, two different skin suits. So what distinguishes the difference between the two is their armbands. The white armband signals you start in the inner lane and the red in the outer lane. In the inner lane, that was Sydney Benny with an opener of 12.82, Elizabeth Smith at 13.17. So if you're unsure which skater is, you can tell by the color of the armband. So down the straightaway they go. The red armband on the right is Elizabeth Smith. Benny with the white indicates she started in the inner. So Benny's time, 45.38, and Elizabeth Smith, 45.29. 45:29. Elizabeth Smith, that will be a personal best for you. Congratulations. We now move to the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Ontario as well, Daria Voigt. Durham's opening 100 meters, 12.21. Voigt, 12.27. Battle of Ontario on the ice right now with Brielle Durham and Daria Voigt. They look very evenly matched. Let's see if they can get some personal bests. Here they come. Durham down the straightaway. Voigt will cross the line first at a time of 45:29 for a personal best. Durham at 45:36. And that also will be a personal best. Brielle Durham, Daria Voigt, congratulations on your PBs. We now move to the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Elena Manina. In the opening 100 meters, Lewis Spence in at 12.66. Elena Manina in at 13.22. There are 29 pairings in this 500-meter women's race to kick off day number 3, the final day. Boy, it sure goes by so quickly. It feels like we just started and it was Friday morning. Here we are, March 13th, 2022, and it looks like everybody moved their clocks forward because everybody's here to watch this event, or participate in it for that matter. Lewis Spence will cross the line first. What a cool shot on the webcast if you happen to be watching. 46.88 for a personal best for Spence, 47.16 for Manina. So personal best for Lewis Spence. In the 23rd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Denise Wessling. Wessling's opening 100 meters is 13.48. Hawkins is at 13.59. This is the 23rd pairing of 29 pairings. We'll have a nice resurfacing after the 500-meter women's race, and then we'll move to the 500-meter men's. Hawkins comes out of the corner first, down the straightaway in the Battle of Alberta. She's going to cross the line and does so at a time of 47.68. Wessling in at 50.31. Wessling is going to like that. She just edged out her old personal best to create a new personal best for Denise Wessling. Congratulations, Denise. In the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Kaylin Joliffe. And in the outer lane from Ontario as well, Renata Kenzie. Joliff's opening 100 meters is 12.77. Kenzie's 14.22. Joliff started in the inside lane. As you can see, she's rounding the final corner in the outer lane. You can see her on the screen if you're watching on the webcast or, of course, live. We've got a huge screen actually here in the oval as well, so what you see at home, we can actually see it on the screen here as well. Joliff's 500 meter time is 47:48. That's a personal best for Kaylin. And 51:93 for Renata Kenzie. Kaylin Joliff, personal best. Well done. In the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Rasmus. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Sophia Cross. Got a good clean start here in this 25th pairing. In the inside lane, we got Isabel Erasmus, who's going to have an opening 100 meters of 12.82. Sophia Cross in at 13.88 as they round the first of two corners here in this 500 meters, which is 1 1/4 lap around the 400 meter oval. 1,000, that'll be 2 1/2 laps around, obviously. 500 times 2. Just thought I'd let you know. And here comes Isabel Erasmus down the straightaway. Will cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 47:12, which is a personal best for Isabel. Congratulations. Sophia Cross crossed the line at 52:99. She should be very happy with that, because that's also a personal best for Sophia Cross. So Sophia Cross, Isabel Erasmus, congratulations on your PBs this morning. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. Cheyenne Key, Camille Alford, those are the two skaters you're watching right now. Alford books in her 100 meters at 12.34, Key in at 13.21. So far, we've had 24 personal bests. Surprisingly high, given that a lot of personal bests were also achieved on Friday. So these kids are actually booking in lower times than they did on Friday, some of them, which is awesome. So here comes Alford down the line and is going to cross the line and does so at a time of 45:36, just off her PB. Cheyenne Key at 48:73. We're now in the 27th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Haley Murray. If you're just on the webcast, I'm just talking to those on the webcast right now, not to those on the oval. Just a moment ago, Dustin Miller had a shot of the on-ice camera right by the sensors on the finish line, on the 100 meters, I should say, and the finish line. And it's a real cool shot. So we'll see more of that as time goes on. Haley Murray's opener is 12.63. Megan Smith at 12.96. Here comes Haley Murray. She's going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 46:34. That'll be a personal best for her. Megan Smith at 49:71, and that is a personal best by over a second for Megan Smith, who's new to the sport of speed skating this year. Congratulations, Megan, and congratulations, Haley. The second final pairing of the 29 pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Heidi Beck. Alexa Annika's opening 100 meters is 12.19. Heidi Beck at 12.75. This is the 28th pairing. There is one more pairing after this, and then we will do an ice resurfacing. And then we'll move then to the 500-meter men's race. We'll have two sets of races because there's 39 pairs, and then following the 500-meter men's race, we will have an award presentation crowning the Canadian junior champions in men and women's. Annika crosses the line at 43:44. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Beck in at 48:84, just off her PB. But Alexa Annika, congratulations on a personal best. In the final pairing here in the 500-meter women's race, this morning in the inside lane from Alberta, Tatiana Deflect. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Sarah Fleming. If you're watching on the webcast, we were just exploring a replay on it. We're back live now. Tatiana Dudlig on your right and Sarah Fleming on your left. This is the final pairing of the 29 pairs and the 500-meter women's races, and we'll move to the men's after the ice resurfacing. I'll go back now to the oval as well. Deflect's opening 100 meters is 11.88. Fleming in at 13.94. Deflect enters the final corner first. She started in the inside lane, crossing over on the backstretch. Will finish the race, it looks like, first as she comes down the straightaway. And the clock will stop when the tip of her skate crosses the plane on the sensors. 44:41 for Deflect, Tatiana Deflect. 44:41, a personal best for her. Sarah Fleming crossed the line at 54:35. 54:35 for Sarah Fleming. So that does it, ladies and gentlemen. 500-meter women's race. You can see on the webcast or in the oval the the 8 fastest times is Beatrice LaMarche at 38:95, Carolina Hiller at 39:28, Allison Demery at 39:46, and then you've got Lala Brotenois, McCluskey, Gingras, Son, and Anna Bourgeois. We now move to ice resurfacing with a hard start at 10 o'clock with the men's 500 meters, starting with 39 pairs with the first 20 pairs first. 2-minute warning before the 10 o'clock start for the 500-meter men's race here at the Grand Prix Canada Cup 3 and Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Welcome, everybody, both to the oval and on the webcast. I'm going to introduce the first two skaters and let the starters take it from here. There will be 20 pairings and then an ice resurfacing and then another 19 pairings after that. In the first pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. Good luck, gentlemen, and the rest of you in the 500-meter men's race coming up in less than a minute. And we're off. You're watching Zachary Lacroix and Chris Homestead to kick off the 500-meter men's race. Homestead starting in the outer, will finish in the inner with an opening 100 meters of 10.29. Lacroix in at 10.34. Obviously the two fastest times as they're starting off in the first pairing. Here comes Lacroix down the straightaway, neck and neck with Chris Homestead. It's going to be close. It could be a photo finish. The time, Lacroix 36.76, Homestead 36.83. Excellent starting race. In the second pairing of the first 20 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthias Bath. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Yankun Zhao. Matthew Bath's opening time, 10.75. Zhao, 10.18. Okay, Yankun Zhao time at a time of 36.56. Bath in at 37.71. I'll go on the webcast to explain what happened in that race shortly. But Bath in at 37.77. Zhao in at 36.56. In the third pairing, in the inner lane, all the way from Sweden, Adam Axelsson. And in the outer lane, from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. Okay, in pairing number 2, Matthias Bath and Yankun Zhao just finished up, and you may have noticed that Matthias Bath actually held up down the straightaway on the backstretch when they were to cross over. So, let me explain. If two evenly matched skaters in terms of time are coming out of the inner and outer corner on the straightaway where they switch over lanes, the faster skater, or what would appear to be the faster skater, would be the skater in the inside lane and would be going down the straightaway first, and then the outer skater would then be behind the inner skater and cross over at some point in the 100 meters. In this case, Yankun Zhao had an exceptionally fast time and came around first over the inside lane, and though the skater that's skating in the outer lane has the right of way. So Yang Kun Zhao simply skated his race, crossed over, and he was neck and neck with Matthias Bath. And because Yang Kun had such a fast race, Matthias couldn't cross over, actually had to hold up. That's what you saw. And of course, that did affect his time. So that's what happened there if you happen to be watching. Now let's go back to the race at hand. Ryan Gibson's opening 100 meters is 10.03. Axel in at 10.44. Here comes Gibson down the straightaway. He's going to cross the line first. He does so at a time of 36.29. Axelson in at 37.15. In the fourth pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Cody Miller. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Charles-Émile Gélina-Dion. So hopefully I explained that to you for those listening and watching on the webcast. I actually have two microphones. One microphone you can hear in the oval and the webcast at the same time, and then I have another microphone where it's just you and I connecting. So the bottom line is in a 500 meter or any switchover lane as they come out of the corner, the outer lane or the skater in the outer lane has the right of way. And evenly matched skaters, it should be a nice natural switchover. But if you have a faster outer skater, then that's what happens, as would happen in pairing number 2. Back to live in the oval and on the webcast. Gélina-Dion's opener 100 meters is 9.98. Cody Miller 10.09. That is the fastest 100 meters so far today. Charles-Émile Gélina-Dion will finish off in the inside lane. This is going to be a very, very close race. But Gélina-Dion crossed the line at 35.96. Miller in at 36.07, just off his PB by 1/100th of a second. Two fastest times this morning in the four pairings so far. We now move to the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Paul Coder. Hubert Marcotte opening 100 meters is 10.15. Paul Coder at 10.16. Here comes Coder down the straightaway along with Marcotte. Coder is going to cross the line first at a time of 35.84. 35.84. That might be just off his PB. Marcotte in at 35.84. Sorry, Coder in at 36.34. Marcotte 35.84. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Frank Roth. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. Okay, so I was talking about pair number 2. I'm just talking about you on the webcast now. Pair number 2, where Yang Kun Zhao was in the outer lane and switched over within his 100 meters, but Matthias Bath had to hold up. Well, let's take a look at these two skaters here. I'll call the 100 meters and then watch the changeover. Frank Roth opening 100 meters, 9.93. Eamon in at 9.79. Okay, so Roth is now ahead of Eamon because he came out of the inner first, and he just naturally crosses over to the outer if you're watching on the webcast. And then Eamon naturally moves over to the inner. And that's how it's done most of the time, unless you have an exceptionally fast outer skater. These two racers are exceptionally fast. Eamon crosses the line first at a time of 35.04, just off his PB by 1/100th of a second. 35.04, pardon me, 35.04, Frank Roth, personal best. Cooper Eamon, 35.31. So Roth with a PB. My mistake. In the 7th pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Christopher Fiola.
Back to my dedicated conversation for those that are on the webcast. Yeah, Frank Roth got a personal best there, and I had that mixed up. His PB before was 35.10, and he beat that by 7/100ths of a second. We've got a false start here, so I guess we'll do it all over again, and I'll go back on the other mic. By the way, these will be the two fastest skaters in the 39 pairings. If you're looking on the screen, on the right, that is Cedric Brunet, and on the left is Christopher Fiola. Cedric is wearing the white armband, and Christopher is wearing the red.
Okay, we're off and running in the 7th pairing. In the opener, we've got Cedric Brunet with an opener of 9.84, Fiola in at 9.96. Unfortunately, Fiola had a bit of a slip on the start. Looks like he's regained his composure and his racing, but that will cost him certainly in some time. Here comes Brunet and Fiola, very, very close. It looked like Fiola is going to take him at a 34.92 clip. Fiola in at 34.92, ties his personal best. Brunet in at 35.07. Fiola, 34.92, ties his personal best. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane from Sweden, David Carlingshoe.
So I'm back on the webcast. Just you and I are connecting. They can't hear us in the Oval. We can have this conversation all day, and they wouldn't know what we're talking about here at the Oval. But Christopher Fiola tied his personal best, and noticed his start, almost like a spider start, and had a bit of a slip. Had he not had that slip, there's no question that he would have had a new personal best today. So great recovery for Fiola, for sure.
In the opening 100 meters for Carlingshoe, it's 10.34. Laxton at a 10.41.
I'm happy to chat all day with you on the webcast, but they don't need this so much commentary in the Oval, especially for the short races, announcing the times and the racers and the PBs. That's what's key. Love the Swedish outfit, by the way.
David Carlingshoe's time, 37 on the nose. That is a season's best for David. Matthew Laxton, a time of 37.11. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane, all the way from Sweden, Wilhelm Eckenskauer. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre.
To the Swedish families and friends watching back home, I hope I pronounced Wilhelm's last name correctly. I talked to him directly. There's an English version and a Swedish version. I don't think we have the vowels enough to give the Swedish version exactly. So Eckenskauer or Eckenskar, that's Wilhelm. That's the English version that I'll pronounce.
Dupre's opening 100 meters, 10.5. Eckenskar at 10.92.
Do you notice that switch over? That was very close. Prix went just on the inside of Eckenskauer. It was very close. And here they come down the straightaway.
Down the straightaway they come. Zachary Prix with a time of 37.22. He'll be happy with that. Zachary, that is a personal best for you. Eckenskauer, 37.84. You can be happy with that too, because that is also a personal best. The 9th pairing, personal bests all around. We now move to the 10th pairing. I see one skater on the line in the inside lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. Picard's opening 100 meters is 10.77. Tough to race by yourself in the sense that you want to race as fast as possible. Gregory Picard's personal best is 37.30. Here he comes out of the final turn, down the final straightaway. Here he comes. Let's hope he beats this time. How does he do? 37.61. 37.61, off by 31 of a second. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Émile Huard. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Émile Hodzak-Santor. The opening 100 meters for Émile Huard is 10.42. Hodzak-Santor at 10.53. Here they come down the straightaway. Huard and Hodzak-Santor. Huard's going to cross the line first at a time of 37.35. That will be a personal best for Émile. Hodzak-Santor crossed the line at 37.73. Émile Huard, congratulations on your personal best. We now move to the 12th pairing where I just see one skater on the line at this point. Yes, in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. Opening time for Antoine Hamel at 10.75. His personal best is 37.74. It would be awesome if he had a personal best, especially when he doesn't have another skater pushing himself on the ice. He rounds the final corner. You can see him on the screen up in the oval in the northwest corner or at home in your living room. And a time of 37.99 is Hamel's time, 37.99. We now move to the 13th pairing where we in fact do have two skaters on the line in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. Looks like two evenly matched skaters. Jacobson opening 100 meters is 10.54. Veman in at 10.67. Veman, one of the skaters in the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, who's had a good meet so far. Here they come down the straightaway. Jacobson in the orange, Veman in the yellow, and green and black, and very close race. Might need a photo finish here. Veman in at 38.10. That will be a personal best for Luca Veman, 38.1. Caleb Jacobson, 38.11. 1/100th of a second separating these two race times. We now move to the 14th pair of 20 pairings in the inside lane from Quebec, William Lafrancois, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. The opening 100 meter for Farquharson is 10.47, 10.46 rather, and Lafrancois at 10.7. Farquharson's time 38.03. Lafrancois at 38.04. That'll be a personal best for William Lafrancois at 38.04. Farquharson a little stutter step at the end, very close to his personal best. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Felix La Rochelle. And in the outer lane, all the way from France, Jermaine Deschamps. La Rochelle's opening 100 meters is 10.69. Deschamps in at 10.65. Deschamps' 500-meter time, 37.89. That will be a personal best for him. Felix La Rochelle time, 38.21. That will be a personal best for him as well. Personal best for Felix La Rochelle and Jermaine Deschamps. Congratulations, gentlemen. We are just pausing now for an ice check and possibly an ice repair. And if you happen to follow the interview I had with Mark Messer, what they do, you could see the top 8 race times on the screen. I'll talk more about the ice at another time. Looks like the 16th pairing is ready to go. In the inside lane, that must mean the ice is ready to go as well. In the inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Azri. And in the outer lane from the Netherlands, Bart Safinga. The opening 100 meters for Azri is 10.91. Safinga in at 11.07. Here comes Asri Ansafinga. Asri is going to cross the line first. He does so at a time of 38.42. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Safinga in a 38.79. Asri, personal best at 38.42. In the 17th pairing of 20 pairings, it's the Battle of Manitoba in the inside lane, Ryan Kulbacki. And in the outer lane, Adam Buchwald. Kulbacki's opening 100 meters is 10.87. Buchwald in 11.29. These skaters are friends and competitors. You're going to hear more about Ryan and Adam as the years go by. Ryan will come out to the University of Calgary and go to school, as will Adam. They're 1 year apart. Ryan will be out here first, followed by Adam. Here we go, down the straightaway. Kulbacki ahead of Buchwald, and he's going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 38.58. He'll be happy with that time. That's a personal best. And Adam Buchwald, 39.19, and that's a personal best as well. Personal best for these Manitoba skaters, with Kulbacki having the bragging rights for the week. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Stefan Lee. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. Stefan Lee with a 100-meter opener at 10.7. Fergus English with an opener of 10.84. This is the 18th of 20 pairings before we do an ice resurfacing. 19 pairings after that, and then the medal ceremony for the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships coming up around lunch hour. Crossing the line first is Fergus English at a time of 38.95. Personal best for Fergus. Stefan Lee at 39.37, and that's a personal best as well. Congratulations, Stefan Lee and Fergus English. Well done. We now move to the 19th pairing in the inside lane in the Battle of Alberta, Zachary Edelman. And in the outer lane, Justin Aison-Courtemanche. Edelman's opening 100 meters, 11.39. Courtemanche in at 12.14. Courtemanche exits the final corner first. Down the straightaway he goes, crossing the line at a time of 41.46. 41.46. That is an exceptionally fast time for Justin and a personal best. Zachary, let me take that back. 41.46 for Zachary Edelman. Zachary Edelman, 41.46. Justin at 45.35. I got them mixed up. And that is a personal best for Justin Aison-Courtemanche. We now move to the final pairing before an ice resurfacing in the inside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Matthew Freitag. Freitag's opening 100 meters, 10.97. Sutherland, 11.75. Down the straightaway they go, crossing the lanes. Battle of Ontario in this 20th pairing. Here comes Freitag. Comes out of the corner first, starting in the outer, will finish in the inner. Let's see how we make out with personal best. He's going to cross the line at a time of 39.79 and Sutherland at 41.90. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first 20 pairings with 19 more to go. Coming up after the 19th pairing, we're going to have the medal presentation to the crowning champs and podium finishers of the men's and women's Canadian Long Track Championships. And the presentation will be made by none other than multiple Olympic medalist Isabel Weideman. Coming up after the men's 500 meters, closer to noon, a hard start back here in 16 minutes at 10:45. Hope you're enjoying yourself here at the Oval and also on the webcast. Talk to you soon. 2-minute warning, 10:45 start to continue on the 500-meter men's races. In the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jonathan McIntosh. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Ethan Demal. 19 pairings to complete the 39 pairings in the 500-meter men's race coming up. And following the men's, we'll have the medal presentation for the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, crowning the male and female in Canada, along with the silver and bronze medal podium finish. Stick around because Isabel Weideman, Olympian and multiple medal winner, will be doing the presentation. And we are off. The 21st pairing, Jonathan McIntosh from Alberta, Ethan Demel from Quebec. McIntosh's opener, 11:06. Demel in at 11:25. As I mentioned earlier, there are 19 pairings to complete the 39 pairings of the 500-meter men's race. Following that, we'll have the Canadian Long Track Championship award presentation to the top male and female in Canada and the other podium finishes. Isabel Weideman will be joining us as the presenter. Demel crosses the 500-meter mark at 39.06. He'll be happy with that because that is an incredible personal best for him. Jonathan McIntosh at 41.25 just misses his PB by 3/100ths of a second. We now move to the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Caleb Makowski. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Mason Floriant. Floriant's opening 100 meters is 10.74. Makowski 11.3. Floriant started in the left. He'll cross over. Floriant is coming down the straightaway first. Let's see how he does with him and his personal best. He crosses the line at a time of 39.98, and even with a bit of a misstep there on that final corner, he gets a personal best of 39.98. Good recovery, Mason. Caleb Makowski in at 41.34, just off his PB by 10/100ths of a second. We now move to the 23rd pairing, and in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. Braden Kremenet's opening 100 meters is 10.98. Thomas at 11.41. Crossing the 500-meter mark first is Braden Kremenek at a time of 40.46. He'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. Thomas crosses the line at 41.14, and he'll be happy with that as well. Another personal best. Congratulations, Cameron and Braden. We now move to the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Ian Dwyer. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. Ian Dwyer's 100-meter opener, 11.46. Boissonneau, 11.81. A close finish for Dwyer and Boissonneau. Boissonneau crossed the line at 41.49. Dwyer in at 41.68. Moving to the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. And in the outer lane, also from Saskatchewan, Liam McKeag. Two skaters from Saskatchewan. How do you tell them apart? White and red armbands. The white armband is Max Williams. Liam McKeag wearing the red armband. Liam McKeag with an opener of 11.01. Williams with an opener of 11.55. Williams started in the inner lane. He will finish in the outer lane. McKeag just the opposite. So here comes McKeag down the straightaway, slightly ahead of Williams. It's going to be close, but McKeag is going to take it, and he does so at a time of 41.25. Williams in at 42.01. Williams will be happy with that because that is a personal best by almost a full second. Congratulations, Max Williams. In the 26th pairing in the inner lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. In the opening time for Erica Kulbacki, 11.56. Amy Perreault, a time of 11.85. All right, Kilbacki and Perot. Perot is coming down the straightaway in the inside lane. He's going to cross the line at 41.3 seconds. Kilbacki in at 42.94. Eric Kilbacki with a personal best. Congratulations, Eric. Well done. We now move to the 27th pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perot. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jaden Taschuk. We, however, will be pausing for a few minutes as we need to assess the ice from a piece of equipment that has fallen on it, and we just actually don't know where that piece of equipment is. So I'll reintroduce the skaters shortly. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, we are back racing after a short pause, which turned out to be a non-event. And here we go. The 100 meters by Taschuk at 11.14, Perot in at 12.13. I'm expecting a personal best out of Joseph Perot here, and Jaden, ideally. Here comes Taschuk down the line, cross line at 41.42, and Perot in at 43.95. And Joseph Perot did in fact get a personal best on the 27th pairing. Congratulations, Joseph. We now move to the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Colin Ferguson. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. Okay, Colin Ferguson and Matthew Mitchell in this pairing. Unfortunately, Colin Ferguson has fallen within the first 100 meters. Hope he's okay. Down the line goes Matthew Mitchell, crossing over from the outside lane into the inside lane. Here comes Matthew Mitchell down the straightaway by himself. Not sure where Colin is, whether he's going to finish it or not, but Matthew Mitchell will cross the line, and he does so at a time of 41.7 seconds, which is a personal best for Matthew Mitchell. That's rather unfortunate for Colin Ferguson. He might have had an equipment malfunction. It looks like it might have been an equipment malfunction. We're going to pause and have the ice checked out.
In case you're wondering what the delay is, They're looking actually for a broken spring on the ice, but also we had one of our skaters fell in the opening 100 meters. Unfortunately, Colin Ferguson, and I think it wasn't him. I think it was his equipment that malfunctioned. And so they're just checking the ice right now. And so I'm playing the theme to Jeopardy in the background for those in the Oval. And I'm not sure if Dustin's got any music for you while we wait. But I thought you'd like to hear my voice. So they're just checking it out right now. That's Baron Tolnar. He's the chief referee, coming to check right now with one of the Ice Meisters. Yeah, the word has it that Colin Ferguson's blade disconnected from his boot. Here we go.
All right, here we go. We're now ready to go for the 29th pairing. Ladies and gentlemen, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Garrison Woodford. Okay, we're back racing after a bit of a pause, and it hasn't been much drama actually the entire meet, and I hope I just didn't jinx it by any more continuing, but things happen. Austin McGregor has an opening time of 11:68, Garrison Woodford at 11:89. Crossing the line first with a time of 42:27 is Austin McGregor with a personal best. Garrison Woodford crossing the line at 42:68, and that's a personal best for Garrison Woodford as well. So Garrison and Austin, congratulations on this morning's PBs. We now move to the 30th pairing in the inner lane. From Alberta, Troy Davidson. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Konwicki.
So, with Colin Ferguson's unfortunate fall, it kind of reflect back on yesterday with Oscar Stack-Mikashew, who wiped out just before the finish line and saw that he was about to slide into the sensor. Let me just call the 100 meters here, and then I'll come back on the webcast.
Konwicki's 100 meters 11:51. Davidson in at 12:88.
So when Oscar Stack-Mikashew crossed the line, his arm went across first. They had to figure out the time, because the time really is official when the skate crosses the line. But he was heading for one of the sensors and adeptly moved his body just in time. And he was sliding slow enough and was able to successfully not knock out any of the equipment we have.
The 500-meter time for Benjamin Konwicki is 42.5 seconds, and that is a personal best for him. Troy Davidson 48.15, and that's a personal best for Troy Davidson as well. Congratulations. We now move to the 31st pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Mitchell Wessling. This is the 31st pairing of 35 pairings. Once we're done, we're going to move to a presentation for the Canadian Junior Long Track Championship winners, crowning the male and female junior champions along with the podium finishers, and none other than Isabel Weideman, Olympian and multiple Olympic medalist, gold, silver, and bronze, will be presenting the awards to these podium finishers and, of course, the champion. Here we go. Crossing the line first is Mitchell Westling at the time of 43:77. Daniel Revy at 44:39. That's a personal best for Daniel. Congratulations, Daniel Revy, for a PB. In the 32nd pairing in the inside lane, from Ontario, Scott Taylor. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. Scott Taylor's opening 100 meters, 11:77. Riley Vandenberg, 11:81. In the 500-meter race, Vandenberg crosses the line at 42:94 for a personal best. Scott Taylor crosses the line at 43:34, just off his personal best. Vandenberg, a PB. We now move to the 33rd pairing in the inside lane, all the way from the land down under, Robert Black. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Bob Irvin. Irvin's a 100 meter 12.32, Black at 13:07. Crossing the line at 44.40 is Bob Irvin, and Robert Black crossed the line at 46.21. We now move to the 34th pairing in the outer lane. From Alberta, Oliver Bath. In the outer lane, from Romania, Octavian Moga. Oliver Bath, 12:36 for an opener, 100 meter. Octavian Moga, 13:36. Here comes Bath around the final corner with Moga right behind him down the straightaway. Here comes Bath. His PB is 42:37, season's best 45:85. 46:66 is his time. Octavian Moga, 49.17. Octavian, that is a season's best for you. Congratulations. We now move to the final pairing, the 35th pairing. I said 39. This is 35 pairings in the inner lane. From Alberta, Ron Johnston. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Kunio Tsuzuhara. Ron Johnston's opener, 13:79. Kunio Tsuzuhara, 13:83. Saskatchewan, Ron Johnston crossed the line at 51.95. A little fun fact about Ron Johnston: he's 82 years old, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not making this up. Live at the Calgary Olympic Oval, a time of 51.95. Ron Johnston, and 82 years old. Kunio Tsuzuhara in at 54.42. That concludes 35 pairings of the men's 500 meters. We are now moving to momentarily to the presentation for the Canadian Junior Long Track Champions and podium finishers. We'll pause for a few minutes. In case you're wondering what's happening, it's currently 11:15. We're going to restart the races at 11:55 local time with the women's 1,000 meter races. But between now and then, we're going to be doing an awards presentation. We're going to be crowning the Canadian Junior Men and Women's Junior Long Track Champion, along with the other podium finishers. Isabel Weideman is going to be here assisting with the presentation. So we are just getting set up right now. But ladies and gentlemen, the Canadian Long Track Champions will be crowned here at the Calgary Oval, along with the podium finishers. And to correct myself, Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Thank you, Greg Plenert. An important detail. In case you're wondering what we're waiting for, we're getting set up for the presentation, the medal presentation for the Canadian Junior Long Track Champions, crowning the Canadian men's and women's champion along with the other podium finishers. We're just getting set up now. We'll be doing this momentarily. Thank you for your patience. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the 2022 Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3 and Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. 3 meets all wrapped into one. The Friday and Saturday had the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, which 38 women and 28 men competed in. We are now about to do the awards presentation. But before I announce the podium finishes, we're going to start with the men's first, I've been told, not with the ladies. Okay, before I announce the podium finishes of the Canadian Junior Long Track skaters, which includes, of course, crowning the junior male and female champion in Canada, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the Canadian Junior Long Trackers for a great meet, to their dedication and hard work and commitment to their passion in this sport of speed skating. Personal best rained from the sky here at the Calgary Olympic Oval all weekend, giving you yet another set of challenges to continue on bettering your best times. I also want to extend congratulations to all the coaches and parents who do so much behind the scenes for these kids. Now let's go to the presentation. In the men's category, this is a Samolog point system. Google it, figure it out. Lowest points gets the highest rating. In the third position of the 28 men that were skating, coached by Tim Comfort from Saskatchewan. And before I do that, before I bring you on, let me first of all, and how I could miss this, I'm not so sure. Isabel Weideman is here. Isabel Weideman, Canadian speed skater, multiple Olympic medalist, winning gold in the team pursuit, silver in the 5,000 meters, and the bronze in the 3,000 meters at the 2022 Winter Olympics at the Ice Ribbon in Beijing. My apologies, Isabel. And a fun fact you should all know, Isabel is the third Canadian ever to win more than 2 medals at a single Winter Olympics, following Cindy Clausen and the legendary Gaëtan Boucher. Did you know that, Isabel? If you didn't, you know that now. All right, Isabel Weideman is going to present the awards. Give it up for third place, bronze medalist, coached by Tim Comfort out of Saskatchewan, and the rest of his team, Luca Veman. taking home the silver medal in second place, coached by Mike Hall. Give it up for Jalen Doan. And having an outstanding long track meet, although spends much of his time on the short track, coached by Elizabeth Ward and Maggie Key. Give it up for the gold medalist, Canadian junior long track champion 2022. Give it up for Max Poulin. Isabel Weideman will give you medals you'll put on yourself, and Max Poulin will also get a plaque and a whole bunch of swag coming the winner's way at some point. Congratulations, Luca Vieman, Jalen Doan, and Max Poulin for the 1, 2, 3 finishes. Stay for the pictures. And Max Poulin, you are the Canadian junior male long track champion of Canada. Congratulations. And now to the ladies category. In the third place position, bronze medalist. I met all the coaches, Monsi Fawarde, Sabrina Lapointe, Sebastien Bouillet, Marc-André Pourret-Michon. All of them probably coached Ariana Fournier, your bronze medalist. Give it up for Ariana Fournier. Congratulations. Taking home the silver medalist, this second position, coached by the legendary Will Dutton, who barely made it around 5,000 meters, but almost did it just shy of 8 minutes in an out-of-comp event yesterday. Coaching Will Dutton to the silver medal position. Give it up for Sophia Bieber. And unfortunately, she's unable to be here with her, but we're going to celebrate her win because her win is our win. Coached by Mike Hall, the Canadian junior female long track champion of Canada, gold medalist Laura Hall. Isabel Weideman will give the medals to Sophia Bieber and Ariana Fournier. And we know you're here in spirit, Laura Hall. Congratulations. Give it up for Sophia Bieber, Ariana Fournier, Max Poulin, Jalen Doan, and Luca Vieman. The future of our long track speed skaters, these 6 and all the other 50 or 60 skaters that skated today here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you very much. And Isabel Weideman, a big congratulations. Thank you for representing our country at the highest level. Gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Isabel Weideman, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, 12:15 restart. 12:15 restart. The Zamboni will be on at 11:55. What's ahead? The 1,000-meter women's and the 1,000-meter men's races, followed by the ever-fun thrills and spills NASCAR on ice. The mass start in the female and men's here live at the Calgary Olympic Oval. And for those participating in the mass start, be there at 2 p.m. for an equipment checkup. You need to have an equipment checkup before you get your transponder and your helmet cover. Now let's get some music and breathe some life into this building. We just got word that Laura Hall is in the building. Elvis may have left years ago, but Laura Hall has arrived. Laura Hall, would you get behind the number 1 position, please? Ladies and gentlemen, in the building is our Canadian Junior female long track champion. Give it up for Laura Hall. Laura Hall, you are our Canadian Women's Champion, the 2022. Congratulations on a fantastic meet. Laura Hall, Sophia Bieber, and Ariana Fournier. A great future ahead for you and all the other female and male junior long trackers. as the Zamboni, I hope, turns in. And it is. I'd like to welcome you back to the Olympic Oval, the University of Calgary in Alberta. I'd like to do a territorial acknowledgement before we move on to the rest of the racing this afternoon, the 1,000 women's and the 1,000 men's, followed by the crazy thrills and spills of the mass start at 3 o'clock today. I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, region number 3. Well, welcome back, everybody. In 3 minutes, we have start time, 1 minute away from the 2-minute warning. What an exciting morning with the 500-meter women's and men's. A lot of personal bests fell. And then we saw the crowning of the Canadian junior men and female champion in Canada. Max Poulin and Laura Hall are the crowning champions, along with the podium finishers, Sophia Bieber, Ariana Fournier, Jalen Doan, and Luca Vieman. Congratulations, skaters. It's 12:15. We're going to the 2-minute warning, which allows me the opportunity to introduce the first 2 skaters, and then it's up to the starters after that. 24 pairings ahead. 24 pairings in the 1,000-meter women's race in the inside lane. In the first pairing from Quebec, Alix Delvaux. Also from Quebec, starting in the outside lane and finishing in the outside lane, Allison Lalonde. Good luck, ladies, you two and the rest of the pairings in the 1,000-meter women's race. Here we go again.
I'm going to chat with you on the webcast right now. You're looking at the photo of the start line. You're looking at a great picture of the start line, the 1,000 meters. They're just, the officials are just testing their equipment right now, but look at the beautiful ice. First off, it's settling beautifully. And the 1,000 meters starts in the far corner of the oval. They'll do the first 200 meters and then 2 laps after that. And they'll finish off in the dead center of the 100-meter mark on the front stretch. So 1,000 meters coming up, 2 1/2 laps. We've got 24 pairings in the women's, and it's just you and I talking. Those in the oval, they just don't know what we're talking about right now, but I'll be on the microphone in a moment. So I've introduced the skaters, and it's Alix Delvaux and Allison Lalonde, both from Quebec. And here we go, pair number 1. We're back racing. This is exciting. Love it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now good to start the races. All the testing is done. Equipment's good to go. Here we go. Okay, after a first false start, we are now good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of 24 pairings here in the 1,000 meter women's race. The last 1,000 meter for the women's today. We've had two, one on Friday and one today. So let's have a look at the opening to 200 meters. Alix Delvaux in at 20.12, Allison Lalonde at 20.33. The 1,000 meters is 2 1/2 laps around the oval. 2 1/2 laps. So they start 200 meters back from the finish. That's why you get the 200 meter split and then 2 laps after that. It's a grueling race, not as grueling as the 1,500, but it is grueling. Just imagine doing this race full out and then one more lap after that. We've got the bell lap. Delvaux and Lalonde are the first pairings. And the racer that starts in the inner lane will finish in the inner lane, and the racer that starts in the outer will finish in the outer. So Delvaux will finish in the inner and Lalonde in the outer. And if you're unsure, Alix Delvaux has a white armband on the right arm and Allison Lalonde a red. And you can see Allison Lalonde coming around the corner. She'll cross the line first. She'll do so at a time of 1:23.64 and Delvaux in at 1:25.49. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. Ariane Fournier, Caitlin Pelkey. Ariane Fournier took home the bronze medal, the third fastest all-round female junior Canadian. Congratulations, Ariane Fournier, and to her family back home. You must be very proud of her, part of the team of 4 that would have represented us at the Worlds, but still selected for the team. Her opener is 20.03, and Pelkey's in at 20.35. So Ariane Fournier having a fantastic meet here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, receiving a bronze medal as the Canadian Junior Championships on the podium. Fournier and Pelkey racing right now, live from the Calgary Olympic Oval. 24 pairings. This is the second of 24. The bell lap has gone. Less than 300 meters to go. Let's see how they do. About a half second separates their personal bests. Here comes Fournier. She's in the inside lane. It looks like a good battle right to the finish. Going to be very close. Fournier in at 1:22.95. She'll be happy with that. That's the fastest time so far in the two pairings, but also a personal best for her. And 1:23.13 for Pelkey. So a personal best for Ariane Fournier. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. Here comes Sophia Bieber and Haley Bell in the third pairing in the 1,000-meter women's race. The opening 200 meters, Haley Bell is in at 19.16, Bieber in at 19.85. I just finished congratulating Ariane Fournier for her bronze medal, third position in Canadian Junior Long Track Championship. Sophia Bieber took home the silver medal. Silver medal, second place for Sophia Bieber. Had a good speed skating meet as well. Congratulations to Sophia Bieber as a silver medalist in the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. What we're seeing here is the future skaters, the young skaters, and the future of our long track program in Canada. Down the back stretch they go. Looks like you got Will Dutton for Manitoba and Mike Ireland assisting and coaching Haley Bell. Bieber will finish in the outer, Bell in the inner. They'll both be looking to have personal bests as hard as they go. Here we go. Bell crosses the line at 1:21.72. That's a season's best for her. Bieber 1:22.38. And that'll be her 1,000-meter race. In the fourth pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. And in the outer lane from Alberta, He Won Song.
So I'll just connect with those that are watching the webcast. They can't hear me in the oval. Emmanuel Cote is on the left. She has the white armband. They have similar, almost identical, actually identical skin suits. So Cote is wearing the white armband. He Won Song is wearing the red. That's how you tell the difference. White versus red. Put it this way. That's the easiest way to distinguish, because a lot of the skaters are tough to, unless you know their skating style or know them well. I always find it tough to figure out who is who on the ice.
Okay, the opening 200 meters for He Won Song is 19.49. Emmanuel Cote, 19.92. (1,000 meters, 2 1/2 laps around the 400-meter ice surface. Looks like that is Sabrina Lapointe assisting, or possibly maybe it's Sebastien Beaulieu assisting and coaching Emmanuel Cote. I don't yet know all the coaches. Here we go. We're going to finish off. Here comes Emmanuel Cote. She crossed line at 1:20.95. She'll be happy with that. That's an outstanding race for her. Personal best. 1:22.19 for He Won Song. So Emmanuel Cote, what a great race and a personal best for you. We now move to the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopelin. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. Victoria Gopelin and Audrey Phaneuf on the ice right now. The opening 200 meters for Phaneuf is 19.63. Gopelin at 20.11. This is the fifth of 24 pairings for the women's. For the men's, we're going to not have pairings, but we'll have quartets. And there'll be 19 quartets or 38 pairings in total without an ice resurfacing. The bell lop's gone off. Looks like Phaneuf is just slightly ahead of Gopelin in this race. Although that can change. Down the backstretch they go as they switch lanes within that 100-meter distance on the backstretch. Outer to the inner and inner to the outer. So Phaneuf and Gopelin down the straightaway. Here comes Gopelin. Looks going to be very close indeed. Gopelin crosses the line at 1:20.90. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And Phaneuf at 1:20.98. So Gopelin, Victoria Gopelin, congratulations on your PB. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane. From British Columbia, Carolina Hiller. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabotte-Roy. To the sixth pairing, Carolina Hiller and Rose Lalabotte-Roy. First 200 meters is now booked. They got a very good clip going here, good pace. Lalabotte-Roy 18.72, Hiller 18.73, the top fastest times so far in these pairings of the 1,000 meters. They'll both be looking to best their personal bests. I think Rose Lalabotte-Roy had a personal best yesterday at 1:17.99. So it'd be awesome if she bested that. Here comes Rose Lalabotte-Roy. Out of the gate, out of the corner first. She's going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 1:18.17. Carolina Hiller 1:19.26. We now move to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. So we have the women's 1,000 meters today to finish up. There's 24 pairings and then the 1,000 meter men's. So let's have a look at the opening 200 meters. Allison Desmarais in at 19.19, Bourgeois in at 19.27. Then we'll do the 1,000 meter. We'll complete the women's. We'll then do the men's in a quartet fashion after an ice resurfacing. And then we've got the women's and men's mass start. And I think we have 5 races in total, 2 women races and 3 men races. And that's a 3 o'clock Alberta start. So these 2 races are very evenly matched. Let's see as they head through the final corner towards the center of the 100 meters in front of us, virtually in front of us. Desmarais crosses the line at 1:16.89. She's ecstatic with that time. Is that a personal best? And 1:17.08 for Bourgeois, and she'll be happy with that time as well. Anna Bourgeois, Allison Desmarais, congratulations on some great personal bests. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. Beatrice LaMarche and Abigail McCluskey, two national team members. Opening time, LaMarche in at 18:39, McCluskey in at 18:97. That's the fastest time so far in these 8 pairings. Beatrice LaMarche with an opening 200 meters. We'll get a bell lap here, and we in fact do. Beatrice LaMarche and Abigail McCluskey. LaMarche will finish in the inside lane, McCluskey in the outer. Here comes LaMarche rounding the final corner. She is going to cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 1:15.87, which will be a season's best for Beatrice LaMarche. 1:18.11 for Abigail McCluskey. We now move to the 9th pairing. In the inside lane from Manitoba and fellow Olympian representing Canada at the Olympics, Alexa Scott. And in the outer lane from Germany, Moira Jasch. We should see the fastest times in the 1,000 in this pairing here. Hopefully, Alexa Scott has a personal best of 1:15.29. Moira Jasch has a time of 1:21.03 or 83. Alexa Scott competed at the Olympics in the 1,000 meters, and she was also an alternate for the team pursuit. She did a 1:17.79. In the opening time, Alexa Scott has a time of 18:53. Moira Jasch had a time of 19:89. Here comes Alexa Scott, rounding the final turn at a time of 1:16.51. 1:16.51. Moira Jasch in at 1:21.91. We now move to the 10th pairing in the inside lane. All the way from Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Haley Murray.
And just before I leave the pairing number 9, just a little bit more information about Alexa Scott. So her personal best in the 1,000 meters is 1:15.29. She had an incredible race at the Ace Ribbon. While she didn't get her personal best, it was a 1:15.79, good enough for 12th in the world for her first time to the Olympics. And guess what? I got an opportunity to interview Alexa Scott after the men's 1,000 meter race, so that should be fun.
Tina Swensson's opening 200 meters is 21.15. Haley Murray in at 21.88. For those skaters that are skating in the mass start, 2 p.m. is your equipment check. 2 p.m. is your equipment check in the inner field with a set of referees. That's the only way you're going to get your helmet cover and your transponder. So make sure, if you're competing in the mass start, equipment check 2 p.m. in the inner field. You'll see a number of referees and a table there. Tina Svensson and Haley Murray are on the ice right now competing for the 1,000 meters in the women's category. Svensson comes out of the corner first, and she'll cross the line at a time of 1:27.40. She's going to be really happy with that time because that beats her personal best by almost 2 seconds. 1:32.14 for Haley Murray, and she will be happy, or should be happy with that time, because that's another PB. Congratulations, Tina, and congratulations, Haley. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And we're off and running here. This is pairing number 11. Molly Johnson's opening 200 meters is 20.28. Camille Tremblay at 20.33. Down the straightaway you see Mike Ireland representing Molly Johnson of Alberta. And I think that's Sebastian Beaulieu. Haven't not met them enough. Sebastian and Marc-Andre. They're helping out down the stretch in the coach's paint for the Quebec contingent, which I think is 35 or so skaters strong. We're delighted to have them here in Calgary, Alberta. I think they're sticking around right through the Oval finale as well. So a 2-week stay here in Calgary. Good on them. Molly Johnson and Camille Tremblay coming to round the final turn to finish up their race. Molly Johnson started in the inside. She'll finish in the outer, or rather the inner, at 1:23.89 for a personal best for her. 1:24.99 for Camille Tremblay. Molly Johnson, congratulations on your personal best. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Juliette Grenier. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. We've got the Battle of Quebec on the ice right now. And I say battle, I mean friendly battle. Really, I think once the racers get started, I don't think they really know or care who's skating beside them. They have their own race plan. They're into it. If they're into it, it won't matter. Emily Greenfield, 20.19 for her first 200 meters, and Juliette Grenier for her opening 200 meters. Now, the two coaches there, for sure, if I said one was Sebastian Beaulieu and the other one was Marc-Andre Pleuret-Michon, I would be right. I just don't know which one is which, but I'm 100% accurate that one of them is each, because there's two of them out there right now supporting their Quebec skaters. Here comes Emily Greenfield. The tip of her skate is going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 1:24.67. Grenier in at 1:26.08. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solé. Emma Langston's opening 200 meters is 20.12. Robin Solly, 20.46. All right, we're winding down this 1,000 meter race, so we have a fall here by Emma Langston, almost taking out Robin Solly, but she dodged it, and here comes Robin, and she's going to finish up, and hopefully Emma's okay. So Robin Solly finishes her race at 1:25:31, just off her PB. Emma Langston, unfortunately, has gone down. Looks like she is okay. We are definitely going to take an ice break, an ice check from this vantage point. Going to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lila Cartier. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp.
I'll just connect with you on the webcast. I thought for sure that there was going to be an ice repair required, but they did a quick ice check and it just kept on going. So that's good. By all accounts, Emma Langstrom is just fine. Just a skate went out from underneath her and just slid into the pads.
Okay, here we are in the 14th pairing. Lila Cartier at 21:07, Maya Kemp at 21.6. I thought for sure that we were going to have an ice check and an ice repair in pair number 13, but not the case. We keep on trucking. Lila Cartier from Quebec, Maya Kemp from Manitoba. That's what you're watching right now, the 1,000 meter women's race here at the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup, and Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Crossing the finish line first will be Lila Cartier from Quebec at a time of 1:26:71. She'll be happy with that because that's a personal best. Maya Kemp crosses the line at 1:29:71. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane. From Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane, or we have a solo skater. Single skater, inside lane, Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. Lindsay Smart in this pairing, the only skater, so I've said before, give her a hand down the front straight, support her as much as you can, because the crowd, it becomes the second skater when we only have one skater. Lindsay Smart opener, 200 meters, 20.99. Lindsay from Manitoba has a personal best of 127.73. She'll be looking to mow that time down. It gets tougher, or it makes it more difficult when you only skate by yourself and don't have that other skater pushing you. But that's where the Oval crowd and your friends and family and your supporters, here she comes. And you can see some of the supporters on the screen cheering her on. And then out of the front straightaway from encouragement, she'll round the second last corner and get encouraged by her coach, Will Dutton. She started in the inside lane. She'll finish in the inside lane. Here she comes. Let's see how the time shakes out. Lindsay Smart from Manitoba crossing the line right now and does so at a time of 1:28.44. 1:28.44. We now move to the 16th pairing of 24 pairings in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Daria Voigt. And in the outer lane from Ontario as well, Brielle Durham. Voigt's opening 200 meters, 21.36. Durham in at 21.73. For some of the female skaters, this will be their last race of the meet. Some of them will continue on and participate in the mass start. We will have 2 women's races in the mass start, and we will have 3 men's races in the mass start, starting at 3 o'clock. The Battle of Ontario is on the ice right now, ladies and gentlemen. Daria Voigt and Brielle Durham. If any of their family members are watching back home from Ontario, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the webcast and the commentary. And, of course, your children skating their hearts out. Daria Voigt, 129.85, just off her PB. Brielle Durham at 132.88. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, ladies and gentlemen, Sydney Benny. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. Okay, Sydney Benny and Sophia Dvorak. Benny's opening 200 meters is 22.09. Dvorak, 21.52. If you're kind of wondering about the 1,000 meters, it's a 400-meter track or oval, 13 meters wide. So it's 2.5 laps around the ice surface. And so they start the racers 200 meters back from the finish line, and so you always hear me or other announcers give a split time at the 200 meter mark, but as soon as they cross that 200 meter mark, the first 200 meters that is, then it's 2 full laps after that, 2.5 laps around. I see Tim Comfort on the backstretch assisting Sophia Dvorak. The Saskatchewan contingent of coaches, Tim Comfort. You see Chris Veeman assists him, sometimes Keegan Christ, and Rob Makowski. So crossing the line first, working really hard, is Sophia Dvorak at a 1:29.59, just missing her personal best by 2/100ths of a second. Benny at 1:30.16. That will be a season's best for Sydney, but not a personal best. Tough going ladies. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Elise Perpich. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. Elise Perpich and Hannah North are on the ice right now, doing battle, well, I could say with each other, but really with their own potential. That's what they're battling against. That's what they're challenged against. That's what they work towards. Elise Perpich is crossing on the backstretch. Their personal bests are in the 1:30, 1:30, 1:31 range. This is the bell lap, and just when you think you've finished, nope, one more lap to go. And imagine in the 1500, it's another lap and a quarter. Very difficult, the 1500 meter. They're all challenging, but the 1500 meters of 15 is basically a marathon sprint. Here, this is a sprint, but you have to pace yourself. If you go out too fast, you might not have enough left for the last lap in the race. But if you go out too slow and you have too much left, it's too much. You've left too much time to make up a decent time. So you figure it out over time with you and your coach through your training. So crossing the line first is Elise Perpich, and she's going to be happy with that time because that is a personal best for Elise Perpich. Hannah North crosses the line at 1:31.46, just off her PB. So the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. The opening 200 meters for Sarah Murray is 21.97. Lewis Spence in at 22.26. Spence's personal best is 1:35.44. Murray's is at 1:31.74. Let's see how this plays out for these two young skaters. Here comes Sarah Murray. She's going to finish this race first and does so at a time of 1:32.17. 1:32.17. Spence comes in at 1:35.33, and Lewis Spence will be happy with that time because that is a personal best by 11/100ths of a second. Congratulations. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Kaylin Joliffe. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. Kaylin Joliff's opening 200 meters is 22.51. Hawkins in at 23.18. Their personal bests are in the 134-37 range. It'd be nice to see them clip them off just a little bit as the season winds down. Gives them something to train for and mow down next year. It's all about personal bests, ladies and gentlemen. Personal bests. Crossing the line first is Kendra Hawkins at 135.26. Kaylin Joliff at 135.48. That is a personal best for Kaylin Joliff. Congratulations. 4 more pairings before we have a nice resurfacing in the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Heidi Beck. Rebecca Bieber's opening 200 meters is 21.17. Heidi Beck in at 23.29. There is the bell lap with just over 300 meters to go. Bieber and Beck. Bieber from Manitoba, Beck from Alberta. Rebecca Bieber's personal best is 138.15. Heidi Beck at 139.05 as they round the final turn. They're looking obviously exhausted, but here comes Bieber. Let's see how she makes out. She will cross the line first with a burst of speed and does so with a time of 139.34. Heidi Beck in at 141.07. In the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabel Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. We got Isabel Erasmus and Megan Smith on the ice, Alberta and Manitoba. Less than 400 meters to go. Erasmus has a personal best of 1:40.45. Here she comes. She will cross the line first, and she's going to do so at a time of 1:38.27. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Megan Smith crossed the line at 1:42.42, just off her personal best by 11/100ths of a second. In the 23rd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Denise Wessling. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Chloe Beauchesne. The opening 200 meters, Chloe Beauchesne at 21.7 and Wessling in at 23.26. Denise Wessling from Alberta, Chloe Beauchesne from Manitoba. Beauchesne rounding the final corner. Her personal best is 1:23.02. She lives in Laval right now, Quebec City, going to Laval. 1:28.48, 1:28.48 for Chloe Beauchesne. And Denise Wessling, she's going to cross the line momentarily at a time of 1:40.22, just off her PB. This is the final pairing, the 24th pairing of the women's 1,000-meter race in the inner lane from Quebec, Laure Caillé. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Renata Kenzie. All right, this is the final pairing before we have an ice resurfacing and then move to the men's 1,000 meters, in which we will have a quartet. Laure Caillé with a 200-meter opener of 20.6, Renata Kenzie at 25.12. For those skaters that are skating in the mass start, you need to have an equipment check in the infield at 2 p.m. Equipment check in the infield at 2 p.m. That way, if you pass the safety test, you get a helmet cover and a transponder. If you don't plan to race, let your coaches know, and they'll let the organizers know. Mass start is always a juggling act for the organizers. Additions, scratches. The juggling act generally more than the races itself. The single distances, I should say. Okay, here comes Lori Kaye. She's got a PB of 127.07. She's got a good race going here. Let's see how she does. Crossing the line at a 126.04. Give her a round of applause. That is a personal best for here. Renata Kenzie has a PB of 142.18. Let's see how she does. Come on, Renata, I'm pulling for you here. 143.55, just off by a second and change. Personal best for Lori Kaye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. It's 1:11 right now, Alberta time. In 19 minutes, we're going to resume the racing. The 1,000 meter men's. And then at 2:30, you might be on the webcast or somewhere around then. Alexa Scott and I are going to have an interview on the webcast. I'm looking forward to that. Speaking of Alexa Scott, she's on the screen in second place. Beatrice Lamarche takes top place at a 1:15.87. Alison Desmarais at 1:16.89. And the rest down the list: Anna Bourgeois, Abigail McCluskey, Rose Lalaboterois, Carolina Hiller, and Victoria Gopeland. So it's 1:11. We're back racing at 1:30 with the quartets. Quartets. And how many do we have? 19 quartets in the men's 1,000 meters. Time for the Zamboni. going to start racing again at 1:30. If you're skating in the mass start, you're to go to the inner field for 2 p.m. for an equipment check. There'll be a table there and a set of referees. And once you pass the safety check, you'll get a helmet cover and a transponder. For those that are participating in the mass start, we have a senior and junior 16 lap and 10 lap for both men's and women's coming up, ideally at 3 p.m. 4 minutes to race time. We're up to the 2-minute warning, 1:30 start. We'll have 19 quartets in the men's 1,000 meters. This is probably the right time for me to introduce the first quartet before we get going. So, ladies and gentlemen, (1,000-meter men's races in the first quartet, in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. And in the outer lane from the Quebec, William Lemelin-Bilodeau. In the second pairing in the first quartet from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthias Bath. Good luck, gentlemen, in this quartet, and to all of you in your quartets. Opening 200 meters for Yankun Zhao was 17.18. For William Lemelin-Bilodeau, 17.22. Ryan Gibson's opening time is 17 seconds flat. Matthias Bath, 17.81. There are 4 skaters on the ice. This is a quartet, ladies and gentlemen. We have a start after the 200-meter mark. There's that many skaters. That is why we need to have quartets. Otherwise, we'll be here till this week next time. Yankun Zhao and Bilodeau, William Lemelin-Bilodeau are the first pairing. Here they come down the final straightaway. Lemelin-Bilodeau and Zhao pushing, and Bilodeau's in at 1:10. 99. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Yankun Zhao at 1:12.16, just off his PB. So, William, congratulations. Here comes Gibson and Bath. Matthias Gibson in at 1:10.88. That's a PB, and 1:11.21 for Bath. So Ryan Gibson and William Lemelin Bilodeau for personal best in the first quartet. Well done, gentlemen. In the second quartet in the first heat, first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Guillaume Labbé. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Paul Coder. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-André Doyon. Opening 200 meters for Paul Coder, 17:06 for Guillaume Labbé, 17.45. Cedric Brunet, 16.48, a blistering pace in the 200 meters. Marc-André Doyon, 17:05 for his 200 meter opener. Labbé and Coder rounding the final turn. Coder crosses the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:10.16. Labbé in at 1:11.33. Here comes Brunet and Doyon. Brunet crosses the line at 1:09.75. He'll be happy with that. That is a personal best by 4/100ths of a second. Doyon at 1:10.76, and that's also a personal best for him as well. Congratulations, gentlemen. These are fast skaters we are watching here. This is the third quartet, and in this first pairing of this quartet, the inside lane, starting from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. And in the outer lane, from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, from Ontario, Jake Weideman. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Frank Roth.
Okay, I'll talk to those that are on the webcast. You got four skaters with identical skin suits on. So this is where it's important they have armbands. The first pairings have a white and red armbands, inner and outer, white for inner, red for outer. And then the second pairing will have a yellow and blue. Yellow for the inner, that's Jake Weideman on the left, and Frank Roth wearing the blue on the right. Four different colors, and what's new this season is that they are responsible for their armbands. They buy them, they store them, they have them. It's theirs. It's their responsibility from an equipment perspective. Let me call the play-by-play inside the oval.
Cooper Eamon's opening 200 meters is 16:53. Marcotte in at 16:99. Eamon slightly ahead of Marcotte in the first pairing of this third quartet. And here comes the first pairing. Coming around the corner first is Eamon, and he crosses the line at 1:08. 1:08.96. That'll be a season's best for him. Marcotte in at 1:09.55. Here comes Weideman and Roth. Roth crosses line at 1:09.29. That is a personal best for him, and Weideman in at 109.77. So congratulations, Frank, for APB. We now move to the fourth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Christopher Fiola. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, David Larue. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Manitoba, Simon Coots. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Jonah Hurtebus. The opening 200 meters for Fiola. The fastest 200-meter opener so far at 16:42. David Larue in at 16:57, the fourth fastest time. On the screen you see Coots and Hurtebus. Coots in the orange and black. Coots opener 17:72. Hurtebus in at 17:31. These guys are fast skaters. There are 4 skaters on the ice. This is the 1,000-meter men's quartet. 4 coaches along in the coaches' paint. And down is Jonah Hurtebus, and hopefully he's okay. Can't tell at this point. Here comes Fiola and Larue. Larue time 1:08:02. And Fiola and will have his time momentarily. Simon Coots will finish the race solo. Hurtebus is down. Simon Coots crosses the line at a time. Yet to be determined. Okay, some technical difficulties. I'll get the exact times. We know David Larue crossed the line at 1:08:02. Bit of drama. Jonah Hurtebus went down. We hope he's okay. We will be pausing till we sort a couple of things out. Looks like the skaters are getting in position. I'm going to give an introduction to them. We're going to get the times from the previous quartet in a moment. So we're now entering into the 5th quartet. We are pausing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the 5th quartet. In the first pairing, in the inside lane, all the way from Sweden, Wilhelm Ekensgaard. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Max Halleck. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, from Quebec, Zachary Dupre. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Cody Miller. Opening 200 meters for Max Halleck is 17.2. For Wilhelm Eckenskauer, 18.65. His skin suit looks a lot like Alberta. Okay, we have bell laps for both of these skaters. Rounding the final corner is Max Halleck. He's going to cross the line, and he does so at a time of 1:10.74. 1:10.74. Wilhelm Eckenskauer crosses the line at 1:13.20. That'll be a personal best for Wilhelm. He'll be happy with that. So will his Swedish contingent back in Sweden and also here. Crossing the line now is Cody Miller at 1:11.53. That'll be a personal best for Cody Miller. 1:11.53. Congratulations. 1:13.55 for Zachary Dupre. So Cody Miller and Wilhelm Eckenskauer, congratulations on PBs. We now move to the sixth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane, all the way from Sweden, Adam Axelsson. In the second pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Craig Miller. And in the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nagelli. Adam Axelsson's opening 200 meters is at 17.35. Matthew Laxton is at 17.45. Miller and Nagelli are up next. Miller's opener is 17.76. Nagelli in at 19 seconds. If you think you have trouble keeping track inside the oval or at home, you ought to be up here. 4 skaters. See, when there's quartets in the 1,500 and 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, a little bit easier. But there's lots going on in this 2.5 lap raid. Here comes, well, there we go. That's Craig Miller and Matthias Nagelli. Finishing the race is Matthew Laxton. He does so at a time of 1:11.63, which is a season's best for him. Axelsson at 1:12.02. So a season's best for Matthew Laxton. Crossing the line now is Craig Miller at 1:12.12. And he'll like that because that's a personal best for Craig Miller. Congratulations. Matthias Nagelli at 1:17.12. So Craig Miller, a personal best. We now move to the 7th quartet in the inside, rather in the first pairing of this quartet. In the inside lane from Quebec, Charles-Émile Gélinaud-Dion. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. In the second pairing of this quartet from British Columbia in the inside lane, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Justin Asen Kortemash. All right, the opening 200 meters for Gélinaud-Dion is 17.1. Lacroix, 17.39. 4 skaters on the ice. Quebec, Alberta, and British Columbia all represented. Eric Orlowski's first 200 meters is 17.4, and Asen Kotemash in at 20.94. There's the bell lap for Jeleno Dion and Lacroix. If you don't think these kids are going fast, all you got to do is be down at ice level, and you'll know because they'll wind you as they go by. They're quick. Okay, Jeleno Dion and Lacroix. Lacroix crosses the line first. He does so at 1:11.84. That is a personal best by about 7/100ths of a second. Dion is at 1:12.56, and I need to find his time. So, crossing the line, Eric Orlowski, 1:11.83. That is a personal best for Eric Orlowski and Zachary Lacroix. And Charles Emile, I'll be back to you on your time. Justin Ace and Courtmarsh won't finish the race as missed changing lanes. So we now move to the 8th quartet. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from France, Germain Deschamps. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm not going to share this with those in the oval. It's just too much commentary. So, yeah, so 2 of the 4 skaters have shown up on the start line, Chris Homestead and Antoine Hamel. And they actually have to skate this race by themselves. So we'll have a quartet with 1 skater in each of the pairings. That's just the way it works.
Chris Homestead's opening 200 meters will be solo skater in this pairing, 17.52, and Antoine Hamel will also be a solo skater in this pairing. His opener is 17.91. A couple of no-shows by Deschamps and Champagne, so Homestead and Hamel are racing these races by themselves in their own pairings in this quartet. Homestead's time 1:13.37 for the personal best, and Hamel. And I'll get back to you on Hamel's race, but it looks like a personal best for Chris Homestead. Lots going on the ice right now. It looks like we got 4 skaters at the starting area. In the 9th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard, and in the outside lane all the way from Sweden, David Carlingshoe. And in the second pairing of this quartet from Quebec in the inside lane, Felix La Rochelle. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Émile Huard. 3 Quebec skaters and 1 from Sweden on the ice right now. David Carling-Shu, 17:43 for his 200 meters. Gregory Picard for 18:08. You see them going down the straightaway, crossing the lanes. They'll do that crossing the lanes. They'll do that twice in the 1,000 meters. Felix Larochelle and Emile Luard, who I'm sure are teammates, friends, and competitors. 18:29 for Larochelle on the 200, and Luard at 19.12. This is the 9th quartet of 19 quartets. If you are competing in the mass start, you need to be in the inner field at 2 o'clock for an equipment check. Otherwise, you won't get your helmet cover or transponder. You need to do that. Finishing the race now is David Carling-Shu at a time of 1:12.99. That'll be a season's best for him, but off his PB. Picard in at 1:14.90. Here comes La Rochelle and Huard. La Rochelle is going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:15.21, and Huard in at 1:16.41. We now move to the 10th quartet in the first pairing. In the inside lane from the Netherlands, Bart Safinga. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Azri. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, William Lafrancois. Jared Farquharson's opening 200 meters is 18:09. Safinga in at 18:03. Azri's opener is 18:42 and Lafrancois at 18:53. Crossing the line first is Bart Safinga at a time of 1:14.97. Farquharson in at 1:15.52. That's a personal best for Bart Safinga for sure, by at least 5 or 6 seconds. Raphael Azrian at 1:15.44. That beats his personal best by 21 hundredths of a second, and Lafrancois in at 1:18.94. We now move to the 11th quartet. In the first pairing, the Battle of the Manitoba. In the inside lane, Adam Buchwald. And in the outer lane, Ryan Kulbacki. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, all the way from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. And in the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. Ryan Kulbacki's opener is 18:62. Adam Buchwald right there with a time of 18.7. Very evenly matched to skaters from Manitoba, Buchwald and Kulbacki. Oscar Nielsen and Fergus English also evenly matched. Nielsen's opening 200 meters is 11.07 and English in at 18.81. Bell lap for both sets of skaters. Here we go. Buchwald and Kulbacki will finish first. Kulbacki will cross the line first at 1:14.95 for a personal best. Adam Buchwald at 1:15.73, also a personal best. These guys are having a great meet. Congratulations, Adam and Ryan, on your personal bests. Here comes Oscar Nielsen. He crosses the line at 1:16.67. Best, his personal best, by about 2/100ths of a second. And Fergus English crosses the line at 1:16.71, just off his PB. So congratulations, Adam, Ryan, and Oscar. We now move to the 12th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane. From Alberta, Brock Gilbert. And in the outer lane, from Alberta as well, Caleb Jacobson. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. Opening time for Caleb Jacobson, 18 seconds. Brock Gilbert, 19.17. Cameron Thomas, opener, 19.54. Amy Perreault, 20.28. Okay, what you're watching on the ice right now is four skaters in the 1,000 meter men's race. Crossing the line just now was Caleb Jacobson at a time of 1:16.76. He'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Brock Gilbert crosses the line at 1:18.57, and that's a personal best as well. So Brock Gilbert and Caleb Jacobson, congratulations on that. Here comes Amy Perreault. He crosses the line at 1:18.77. And Cameron Thomas at 1:19.91. Thomas is got a personal best as well. So Brock Gilbert, Caleb Jacobson, and Cameron Thomas, PBs for you three. We now move to the 13th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. In this second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Mason Floriant. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Stefan Lee. McKegg's opener is 19.33, Boissonneau 19.61. Florian's opener is 18.36 and Stefan Lee at 18.93. Bell lap for McKegg and Boissonneau. Here comes McKegg and Boissonneau right now. Looks like Boissonneau is going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:18.48. He put his arms in the air, and he did that because he got a personal best by 3/4 of 1 second. McKegg crosses the line at 1:22.05. So William Boissonneau, congratulations, and love the enthusiasm. Crossing the line right now is Mason Florian at 1:19.38. Very close race, and Stefan Lee at 1:19.46. Big shout out to those two because they got personal bests as well. William Boissonneau, Mason Florian, and Stefan Lee. Way to go in the PBs. We now move to the 14th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane. Matthew Mitchell from British Columbia. In the outside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. And in the outer lane, also from Saskatchewan, Caleb Makowski.
So while this race is getting underway, I thought I'd talk to you out in webcast land at around 2:30 Alberta time. After the men's 1,000 meters, Alexa Scott, the Olympian from Manitoba, out here now in Calgary training. I think she's 21 or 22. Went representing Canada for the 1,000 meters, but also the alternate for the women's team pursuit. And we're going to hear from her. I'm going to interview her in about a half an hour. I'm excited about that.
Opener for Mitchell is 19.7, Sutherland 20.25, Max Williams in the Battle of Saskatchewan 20.27, and Makowski at 19.75. The bell lap for Mitchell and Sutherland right now. Now, if you're wondering how to tell Williams and Makowski apart, Max Williams has the yellow armband, Kayla Makowski the blue armband, because they're both wearing the exact same skin suits. Surprise, surprise. From Saskatchewan, representing their provincial colors in a very fast way. Okay, we've got these races finishing up. Joshua Sutherland at 1:21.55, and Matthew Mitchell crosses the line at 1:23.10. Here comes the Battle of Saskatchewan. Crossing the line first is Max Williams. You can hardly see the armband because it's yellow on yellow. 1:23.17. That'll be a personal best for Max Williams, and Kayla Makowski cross line at 1:24.03. So one personal best in that quartet, and that goes to Mr. Max Williams. Let's go to the next quartet. This is Fast and Furious down there and up here. 15th quartet in the first pairing. The inside lane from Alberta, Jonathan McIntosh. And in the outside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Konwicki. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. McIntosh is 200 meters at 19.33. Konwicki in at 19.98. Kulbaki's 200-meter opener at 20.23. Perot, 20.85. Big shout out to all the families of the McIntosh, Konwicki, Perot, and Kulbaki family back home watching. Your sons skate their hearts out. It's been a good meet for all of them. All right, the first pairing has come to a complete. 1:22.59 for Benjamin Konwicki. 1:22.59. That's a personal best for Benjamin. Jonathan McIntosh crosses at 1:22.80, and that's a personal best for him as well. Personal best for Jonathan and personal best for Benjamin. Crossing the line right now, Joseph Perot at 1:25.94, and Eric Kulbaki at 1:27.10. And Eric gets a personal best by 16/100ths of a second. Congratulations in this quartet to Eric Kulbaki, Benjamin Konwicki, and Jonathan McIntosh for PBs. Let's keep it going, you guys. 4 quartets to go before we take a break and have the mass start at 3 o'clock. In the 16th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Garrison Woodford. In the outer lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. And the outer lane from BC, Austin McGregor. Riley Vandenberg's opener 20.4, Garrison Woodford 20.64. Austin McGregor 19.9, Mitchell Wessling 20.77. Okay, rounding the turn as it looks like a close race between Woodford and Vandenberg. They cross the line at a very close time and look at each other and go, hey, good race. Hey, good race. Vandenberg crossed the line at 1:25.29. That is a personal best, and Woodford in at 1:25.89, and that's what they were doing. They were congratulating each other on personal best. Well, let's see how Wessling and McGregor did. 1:25.86 for Wessling. That is a personal best, and Austin McGregor 1:24.90. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 personal bests in quartet number 16. Garrison, Riley, Mitchell, and Austin. Congratulations. Let's move to the next quartet in the 17th quartet of 19 in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Bob Irvin. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Colin Ferguson. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Scott Taylor. And in the outer lane from the land down under, Australia, Robert Block. Colin Ferguson's opening time is 20.98. Bob Irvin at 20.65. Scott Taylor's opener is 20.66. Robert Black at 22.8. Mass start scheduled for 3 o'clock today. If you're participating in the mass start, be in the inner field right now, actually, for a safety check for both men's and women's. We'll have an interview with Alexa Scott on the webcast at around 2:30 or so. We're looking forward to that. And then that'll bring this 3 meets all squished into one to a wrap for today. Crossing the line first is Bob Irvin at a time of 1:26.97. Bob, you are 1/100th of a second off your personal best. That's a great race. Well done. Colin Ferguson, 1:27.47. That's a personal best for Colin from Ontario. Now crossing the line is Scott Taylor. He does so at a time of 1:27.85. And Robert Black, 1:32.33. And that's his time for the 1,000. We now move to the 18th quartet, the second last one in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Dina Alaz. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Oliver Bath. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Troy Davidson. And in the outer lane from Romania, Octavian Moga. I went ahead and introduced Dino Alaz, who was a no-show. So it's Oliver Bath in the first pairing by himself. Oliver Bath from Alberta. And then Troy Davidson and Octavian Moga showed up at the start line. So we've got a quartet of 3, if that makes any sense to you. Bath's opening time 22.23, Davidson 22.58, and Moga in at 22.56. Oliver Bath, 137.44, 137.44 for Oliver Bath. Octavia Moga finished a time of 1:33.62, 1:33.62. Octavian, that is a season's best for you, not a personal best, but a season's best for you. Troy Davidson, 1:38.51. I don't have a reference number for you. So Moga gets a season's best out of this grouping, and we're to the final quartet, which is one pairing only. In the inside lane from Alberta, Kunio Suahara. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Ron Johnston. Cuneo's opener at 24.03. Ron Johnston at 24.56. And by the way, fun fact about Ron Johnston, I've been saying all weekend, and I'll say it forever. Ron Johnston, ladies and gentlemen, is 82 years old. I'm not making that up. 82 years old. That's fantastic. It's inspiring, to be honest with you. Crossing the line first is Ron Johnston at a time of 1:45.82. For Ron Johnston, that is a season's best. Congratulations, Ron, for Cuneo Tuzahara. He knows that that's a season best. I understand he's pumped about that. Congratulations, Ron. Never lose the enthusiasm, no matter how old you are. Cuneo Tuzahara crossed the line at 1:47.84. That should be a record for him, a PB for Cuneo Tuzahara. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results are on the screen inside the oval and on the screen on the webcast. The time is currently 2:19. Between now and 3 o'clock, we'll have an interview, if it all works out, with Alexa Scott, Olympian Alexa Scott from the province of Manitoba. We'll talk about her Olympic experience. At 3 p.m., the mass start. And so they'll be sorting some things out between now and then. So sit back, relax. And I'll throw on some music for you. as we set up for the mass start, give a break for some of the athletes, get the officials and the track in place. I just think it's an opportunity to give a big shout out to the officials who put this event together. Let's start with meet coordinator Greg Plannert, a veteran of the speed skating community, always knows how to run a great meet. Lots of juggling acts. I know what goes on up here in the timing deck. So meet coordinator Greg Plannert, big shout out to you. To the referee, chief referee, Baron Tolner. Baron Tolner, chief referee, Carmen Cameron from Quebec, and Rona Hathaway from Alberta. Assisting them is Werner Meyer and Bruce Thorpe. Our starters over the weekend, chief starter Blair Toblin. Well, maybe they were all chief starters depending if they were starting for the women's or the men's. Blair Toblin, Darren O'Connell, Andrew Cross, and I saw Mark Poulin in there one day as well. Up here or down outside in the lap counter and bell ringing today was Don Brown. Electronic timing up in the timing deck, Gloria Davis. And Leslie Cassidy, photo finish. Sean Ireland, I think, was on that. And then the video and the YouTube streaming, that's Dustin Miller and John Little. The comments we've been getting back about the webcast have been very positive, loving the footage. So for those that can't be in the building live to watch their kids or their grandkids or their friends race, they get to see it live, or you can go back on YouTube and check it out over the replay. As far as medics go, you need to have medics, and they're usually posted at the north and south end. I want to give a big shout out to Can West Medical and Avanish Badoni and Eric Hansplant. We want them to do absolutely nothing all weekend, and that's a good thing, but this is speed skating, and it does have an element of excitement and danger attached to it, as we human beings seem to be attracted to something with speed. Cars, trains, planes, automobiles, and speed skaters. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the officials that put on this event, the Grand Prix Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Next weekend is the Oval finale, and that'll be held. That's over 4 days. As for me, I'll be back hopefully next season. I won't be doing the Oval finale, but somebody else will. So I'm looking forward to always coming back. I'll be back in Manitoba. And I think that's the end of the season for me for this year. So what's ahead for today? Well, we had an exciting 3 days with all single distance disciplines covered, some more than once. 500 meter, 1,000 meter, 1,500, 3,000, and 5,000. And now we get the NASCAR on ice, as it's sometimes been commented on and referred to. Mass start. So we're sorting out all the entrants right now. It takes a lot of sorting out before we get these kids on the ice for a 3 o'clock start. There'll be 2 women's mass start races and 2 men's mass start races, a senior and a junior. The senior will be 16 laps and the junior will be 10 laps. And I'll explain more of the mass start once we get closer to it. So let's get back for a little bit of music. Before I do that, I think I want to give a big shout out to the coaches. I don't know all the coaches that are here, but I do know a number of them. And for those that I've missed, please forgive me, because the importance of you in the athletes' lives has been instrumental. Alexa Scott will be joining me in a moment once we get all set up. So I just want to say a big shout out to the Alberta coaches, Mike Ireland, Christina Lazarescu, and Mike Hall. In Saskatchewan, Tim Comfort leads the charge there with Chris Veman, Keegan Christ, and Rob Makowski. In Manitoba, you've got Will Dutton, who actually will be leaving Manitoba at the end of the season, coming out to Calgary to further his life here, but 3 years in speed skating Manitoba. Scott Van Horn also assists him. Mike Revy is helping out in Ontario. And from Sweden, we got Harvid Karlanescu. Arvid Karlanescu, that's right. I'll get the pronunciation correct. And in Quebec, there are 4 coaches: Muncie Fawarde, Sabrina Lapointe, Sebastian Boulieu, Marc-Andre Pouret, Michon. And those are just some of the many coaches that are helping out the kids here at this meet. So, momentarily, I'm going to be giving an interview on the webcast with Alexa Scott, who is 12th in the world in the 1,000-meter women's races, momentarily. And for those in the oval, I'm going to get some music on.
Well, hi, everybody. You are looking inside the timing deck of the Calgary Olympic Oval. It's not as glamorous as you might think. We're high over the beautiful Calgary Olympic Oval, which is going to be 35 years old this fall. Hard to believe. And talking to Mark Messer yesterday, he said it was really built to last 20 years old. I thought it was to be last 30 years, but they keep fixing it, and the kids keep racing it. So this is the view where I've been commentating and announcing all weekend. Dustin Miller is in the view. He can wave. John Little, they're the producing and the IT specialists to make the webcast happen. So if you want to watch your children and your grandkids and you can't be here, and this is webcast all over the world, so we've got some Swedish contingent, we got parents all over Canada. Most of the athletes are from Canada. And this is where we work, and this is where we watch the kids perform. So I just wanted you to see a video of that. Now what you see is beside me is Alexa Scott. And I've asked Alexa, and she's been kind of You're from not Petersfield, but Clandeboye, and Petersfield is right, and that's in Manitoba, ladies. There.
I was born and raised in Virden, Manitoba, until I was 9. So Virden's like right on the Saskatchewan border. And then we moved when I was 9 to Clandeboye, and that's my home club. That's where I've done most of my skating career, so I count that as my home club. in the Interlake, and that's where I'm from.
So what town in the Interlake would you have skated out of to start?
I skated out of Selkirk.
Yeah,
So
Selkirk.
Selkirk's like 10 minutes south of where I
Right.
grew up.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
okay, Virden. So I wasn't planning on starting in Virden, but your parents right now live in Virden. Is this correct? I mean, they Clandeboye, but now Virden, and I know they're following you around and they follow your career around, but they're in Virden now?
Yeah, my parents are in Virden. It's 3 hours closer to Calgary, so that's good for them.
But they have a home in Winnipeg as well?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
They're freelancing it
Oh, they
wherever they want.
Malcolm and Judy, right? It's Malcolm and Judy. Malcolm, Scott, well, huge volunteer commitment out of Alexa's father, who was the president of Speed Skating Manitoba for a number of years. Okay, so let's start. First of all, when I say the word Olympian to you, you're now an Olympian. You're now represented our country. Is this what you're wearing? Is this the outfit that you were gifted in representing our country?
Yeah, this is part of the Lululemon kit. It's at the front of my closet right now, and I just keep reaching for it because I can't be bothered to go further into my closet.
So what's the feeling when I say you're an Olympian? And this first time Olympics, right? In Olympia, what does that feel like to you? Did you ever imagine that? Or is this something you visualize and it's happening?
Yeah, I definitely thought of it was a possibility earlier in the season. I was having a pretty good season, and I still don't think it's set in fully. Every time I think about it, it's like almost like the Olympics is one thing, and I'm a different separate person from that. But it's starting to sink in, and it was really amazing.
Is it an event unlike any other event? You've been to Junior Worlds, you've been to World Cup, now you've been to the Olympics, you've been to Manitoba hockey rinks. I mean, I can't compare to that. And how different is the experience of the Olympics? Is it that much more magnified in terms of an experience?
Yeah, I got to go to Canada Winter Games, which is a similar multi-sport event, but the scale of the Olympics, the amount of resources put in to keep us safe and to have all these wonderful venues and everything, it was amazing. So it's definitely unlike anything I've ever been to, and being part of that community in Beijing this year was the best thing I can imagine.
All right, let's go back to the beginning, especially for any little kids might be watching, and young woman who's now an Olympian with a really bright future in her career. How did you start skating? Did you figure skate? Did you play ringette? Did you start out hockey? Or did your parents one day give you 17-inch long blades for Christmas and say, go out and show us what you can do? How did it all begin, Alexa?
Well, we lived in Virden at the time, and in Virden, the options were if you're a boy, you played hockey, and if you're a girl, you figure skated. It's changed a little bit in that town, but this was 15 years ago now, and I was a figure skater, and I was not very good. I loved to skate, loved being in the rink, but didn't really love the tactics of it. It wasn't for me. So my figure skating coach, recommended that I go try speed skating because she saw a girl that loved to skate. She loved to go fast. She always rushed through her program. So fast speed skating makes sense. And she had known another girl who was a figure skater that moved into speed skating. So
was there a speed skating club in Virden at the time?
No, we drove an hour to Brandon, and that's where I learned how to skate. And then
Was Pat Leach your coach then?
Yeah, Pat Leach
She was she?
Yeah,
yes.
she was.
Yeah.
And then after that year, we decided to move to Clandeboye, and 10 minutes away as Selkirk was, so that's way closer of a rink to skate out of, so it worked out pretty well.
So how old were you when you first put on speed skates?
I was 9 when I first started speed skating, and I was skating my whole life before that, but just not in speed skates.
And how old are you now?
I'm going to be 21 in April.
Wow. Okay. So you went to the Olympics as a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
That's incredible. when you think about how many more Olympics you can actually go to. Maybe you can rival Susan Ox 5. Maybe that is quite a bit, isn't it? Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 would be fine. How about 1? Not many people get to 1, but I hope there's many more in it for you. Okay, so you got coaching along the way. You did the club sessions. At what point did you sort of sense, hey, maybe I'm actually kind of good at this? It wasn't at 9 years old. It couldn't have been at 9 years old. Maybe the confidence was there, but at what point did you go, maybe there's something here?
After the 20 games, we had a change in coaching.
This is the Winter Games?
Canada Winter Games.
Canada, and where was that held?
In Prince George.
Yes.
I didn't get to go. I wasn't selected. I was too young. But after that, we had a change in coaching in Manitoba. And I moved up to skate with the provincial team full time. And
so just to clarify for our viewers, there's a provincial development team. You might be.
There wasn't a development team when I was a kid.
Okay, so it was just club, and then provincial team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had skated like some like Can West and some like national competitions as a T2T. But I got moved up into the provincial team full time, and Tyler Dara.
The legendary Tyler Dara, Williamson Dara.
When he started coaching us, pretty much the first day, I thought that there was something there. He just like, I think he could sense something in me that I knew was there. I was always determined. I was driven, and he helped me out a lot. Like that first summer, changing a few like technical things and stuff like that. And after that summer, I was like, wow, maybe I could really give this a shot at being good at this. And then, of course, it's been so many years now.
Well, we're in 2022, so if you're 20, so 2016 to be around 15 years old?
Yeah, in 2016 or 2017, we went to Salt Lake for juniors, junior world champs, and that was the first junior world champs team I made, and that's when I like knew that I was doing the right thing.
Because you came out of the local circuit and even the national circuit, and now you had some reference point on the international circuit, and said, okay, maybe I can work with this. Maybe there is something here, because you've always been, from my sense, and I've known you for a number of years from afar, and we've actually had a team dinner together several years ago, and you explained to me that you're just a very competitive person. You've always been that way? So if I played a board game of Monopoly with you or Risk, and I beat you, you wouldn't be too happy with that?
Yeah, I was a really competitive kid. I'm still quite competitive. I've toned it down quite a bit. God. I've always been competitive, and it helps in speed skating when you're an individual. It's an individual sport to be a little more competitive. I like to challenge myself, and best way to do it is to watch your times every weekend, I think.
So now you're onto something. The juniors indicated that you stayed, but you did something different. Sometimes skaters will actually come to Calgary before they finish high school. You chose to stay in Winnipeg, train in Winnipeg. Most of the time you would have been on a hockey rink or dry land and not on the beautiful ice here. And that actually, a couple things. You got to stay at home, but also it showed that you didn't really necessarily be on this kind of ice in order to excel at the sport. Is that what you guys realized? That's what I'm picking up.
Yeah, I had a good thing going with Tyler. We had a good coach-athlete connection.
Yeah, and you didn't want to give that up coming here.
No, and I didn't want to. I wanted to finish my junior career with him. I started it with him, and we had done so much together, and I didn't want to discredit that. So I decided to stay at home a little bit longer. I definitely think it was the right choice. Skating outside in Winnipeg, it makes you tough. It's cold, and also I could give back to the community a lot. I got given so much from the community in Manitoba, and I'm still every day, like the support we got, Tyson, Heather, and I got for the Olympics was amazing. So like if I could be in the training environment even for one more year, like of course I had Tyler there, and Will was an amazing coach, but then also I'm there to help those younger skaters out. It meant a lot to me.
Tyler must be very proud of you, and his legacy continues on through you. That is so cool. So now you are a student at the University of Calgary. What are you taking?
I'm taking a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences right now.
Okay, and you're part of the Oval program, or maybe you've evolved out of that. Maybe help me identify exactly where you've landed now, almost at a 21-year-old, because you've been to the World Cups, you're now an Olympian. How do they categorize you in the speed skating world?
I'm on the next gen Canadian team, on Remelt's team.
That's your coach?
Yeah, Remelt's my coach, Remelt Elding. I'm on the girls' long distance team, and yeah, that's where I am.
What distances do you favor? You did qualify. Sorry, I was going to say, you did qualify for the 1,000 meters in the Olympics. Probably tried to qualify for the other distances as well. But is there one or two that you particularly like when you get on the start line going, I own this race?
Yeah, I love the 15. I love the 1,000, of course. I consider myself a mid-distance skater. I like that lactic capacity distance. But one of my proudest achievements, I think, is that I like to skate every distance, and I will skate every distance. I'm competitive, and I like the challenge of not always being like thinking I own a distance or anything. I just anything I can be good at, I would like to be good at.
So when you got selected for the Olympic team, what kind of emotions went through your mind when that happened?
Yeah, my mom and dad were down, and it was unbelievable.
How did it come about?
We got an email in the world of COVID. We got an email, and we had to keep it like pretty discreet. But I was a mess, so my parents could tell that it was something good. And yeah, I had all my teammates like telling me like good job and congratulations, and that it was unreal. Like you almost don't realize what's happening. And then we went into isolation so we could protect ourselves before going to the games, and I got to spend some quality time with Isabel Weidman. She got me through a lot of she helped me a lot going to the games with like what I need to bring and like to like keep me like focused on the task at hand. So
yeah, that was one of the questions I actually had, because you're a rising star. You're very early in your career. I'm not sure where you were selected as an alternate for the team pursuit, so I'm not exactly sure, and it's not about them anyway. But Valerie Malte, Isabel Weideman, and Ivani Blondin, not sure where they are in their careers, but eventually they'll age out of this sport before you will, and you'll then be a vacuum and take over them. But here you are, this young star, rising, and you've got these veterans. They're so good, and they're a well-oiled machine. What is one or more things that they've shared with you or that you've taken from them? They must be invaluable in terms of their wisdom and perspective and experience. And you talked about that just moments ago about Isabel. But what do they bring and what do they share with you?
Yeah, Izzy and Val and them, they bring so much experience to the team. They bring so much professionalism. Skating my first 4 World Cups, Val was my roommate, and she's been on the circuit for so long. She had everything down pat. She had all the stuff. She was not panicking at all. She had this packed for like months before we left. She knew what she needed, and just like watching like all the little tips and tricks she had was like amazing. And like Izzy, of course, like we watched her at the Olympics. She's amazing, great long distance skater. Like honored to call her my friend. Honored to call Val my friend. Like they're just amazing people, and they show that you can be an amazing person and an amazing athlete all at the same time. So I've definitely learned a lot from them. And
Ivani brings a very competitive spirit, very similar to yours, right? Wants to win every shift, every turn.
Yeah, she's very, very driven, very hardworking woman.
Yeah. Well, that's exciting, and I actually got up at some god-awful hour to watch your race. And when I watched it, and I didn't grow up with speed skating, I'm just learning the sport, but when I watched your race, I went, I think Alexa raced her perfect race. Now, you didn't get a personal best, but that's not Salt Lake City or Calgary ice. But if you were here, you would have had a personal best. It's a different ice surface than the ice ribbon, yes?
Yeah.
And so but you raced the best race you possibly could at this moment in your career. Would that be an accurate assessment of what I saw?
Yeah, I am definitely really proud of how I performed in Beijing. I knew it was going to have to be pretty close to the best I could do at that moment, and I'm very confident I had the best race I could have at that moment. So it was I was very happy with it, very proud.
You're 12th in the world. 12th in the world in the Olympics in the 1,000 meters. You sent a message to your fellow competitors that I'm sticking around and my times are going to go lower, and congratulations on a fantastic race. That's amazing.
Thank you, yeah.
So what's ahead now? We're almost at the end of the season, so when does your season finish up?
Yeah, I think that today was my last day of the season. We'll probably train for another week. Izzy and I are kind of like bouncing off each other, kind of like helping each other out to get to the end of the season, but nothing too stressful left. After the Olympics, the come down off of it is pretty hard. So, but I've got some good advice from former Olympians, and I know be ready for next season. Just a little tired yet.
Where's the 2026 Olympics?
Italy.
It's in Italy.
It's in my second Junior Worlds was actually in Visaga, so I've been to the town where I think the ice rink is going to be, and that's kind of fun.
And wouldn't that be cool if Vancouver got the Olympics in 2030?
Yeah, I think that's a huge push for all of us if Vancouver would get the Olympics. I think it would convince a few people to stick around a bit longer, and I think we have a competitive team. I think we have a competitive rookie team coming up, so it would be really fun.
Would you say now that maybe on some level some of your dreams are coming true?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I always dreamed to be an Olympian, and now you can like set some new dreams, I guess.
It's never ending. Well, Alexa Scott, thank you for taking the time to come up to the timing deck and to connect with me. And I'm going to look right into the camera a moment to the viewers. So if there's any little kids watching or any parents of little kids, dreams do come true. Alexa Scott is proving that. A 20-year-old from Clan du Bois, Manitoba, now residing in Calgary, going to the University of Calgary. Early representation and early success, an Olympian now, and the future is bright, representing our nation at the World Cup level, at the Olympic level, and of course inside our own nation. Alexa Scott, I wish you and your family all the best, and I look forward to coming back and making more announcements about you and your races. So Alexa, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just finished an interview with Alexa Scott, who represented our country in Beijing at the 24th Winter Olympics. Alexa Scott, 12th in the world in the 1,000 meters. Congratulations to Alexa Scott, and an alternate on the team pursuit, the women's team pursuit, that won the gold medal with Isabelle Weideman, Evanie Blondin, and Valerie Malte. So Alexa Scott, good luck with your future. We look forward to hearing more and more about it as time goes on. All right, let me bring you up to speed on where we're at. We have we have women's mass start and men's mass start. We have a senior and a junior. So the senior mass start will be comprised of 15 skaters, 15 women on the line. It'll be a 16-lap race with 3 sprint laps and, of course, the final sprint lap. So we call it 4 sprint laps after the pace lap. 15 women, I'll introduce their names later. And then in the juniors, which is a 10-lap race, we have 18 racers. So this will be fun. Lots of skaters on the ice. If the skaters are of similar development, then we'll have skaters in close proximity with each other. So let me tell you a little bit about mass start. And they've changed the rules over the years. It's considered, or as referred to in speed skating, as NASCAR on ice. Why? These skaters need to draw on both their long track and their short track abilities because they're skating amongst each other using the entire ice surface. You'll find them skating right in the inner lane, which is a warm-up lane. And so it's not 16 laps full out every single time. They can go as fast or as slow as they want, but when the bell goes off 3 times, or even the 4th time, they have to skate hard. And there are points up for grabs. So the sprint lap points are 3, 2, and 1. 3 points, 2 points, and 1 point when you cross the line 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. In the senior competitions, then, when you cross the line at the end, there is a lot amount of points up for grabs. First place in the senior is 60 points, then 40 points and 20 points, and it accumulates over a season, so it can add up. One of the most prolific female mass start skaters in Canada is, of course, Evanie Blondin. And if you've ever watched some of her races, you know she's using both long track and short track skills. And so fitness is also hugely important. It could come down to a sprint or 2, which often it does in the mass start. So coming up ahead very shortly is the mass start. What's taking place right now is the referee is making sure all the equipment is safe. And once it is, the skaters get a helmet covers and transponders. And then the referee will take them down to actually back behind the 500-meter start line and then bring them forward and start them, I believe, in the middle of the ice around the 1,000-meter finish line. So we're just going to wait. Patience is important. So this is going to be fun and challenging to keep track of. You'll be able to look at the board in the northwest corner of the oval, and if you're watching at home, the transponders will automatically list out the helmet cover numbers. The skaters are now taking to the ice right now, and they're heading down to the southeast portion of the oval. But the transponders, which is an electric mechanism attached to them, will allow them for their placing on the ice. We'll be able to see that on the screen. And then I'm going to do my best to keep track on play-by-play. Okay, well, the referee is Baron Tolner is spending time with the racers. I'm going to just announce who the racers are. So there are 15 women in this 16-lap mass start race. Representing British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. As well from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. Laura Hall from Alberta, Gabrielle Jelinek from Quebec, Claire Mallard from Ontario, Ariane Fournier from Quebec, Sophia Bieber from Manitoba, Nelly Charlene Neumann from Germany, Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba, Laurie Caillet from Quebec, Ella Kluche from Saskatchewan, Anne-Marie Lindquist from Sweden, Serena Delaire from Saskatchewan, Erilyn McGill from Ontario, and Kellyanne Friesen from Saskatchewan. You can see them all now organized, set to go to the start line. Let the mass start games begin. 16 laps, mass start. Here we go. Okay, the first lap is a pace lap. We have a lead skater. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but the lead skater, the skaters can't pass this skater. If they do, it's Allison Desmarais. Allison Desmarais is the lead skater, creating a very slow train. I don't know what's faster, Speeding Marble or this train, but it's a pace lap. They don't go that fast. They're just sorting things out. And then the games begin after the first lap. 16 lap mass start. But if any skater passes Allison Desmarais as the lead skater, they would be disqualified. No one's interested in that. So look at them. Look at those elite athletes just taking it easy as they head around. Okay, now the gun has gone off. 15 laps to go. They're in a pack. Let's see what happens. Let the games begin. Some very senior skaters as part of this group. You have Laura Hall, Sophia Bieber, and Ariane Fournier from the top 3 junior women in Canada. They're part of this. You got Abigail McCluskey, a veteran of the speed skating circuit. So you got quite a mixture in this group. This is going to be fun. So right now you've got Laura Hall in the first position, Neumann in the second position, and Jelinek in the third position, and Skylar Van Horn the fourth position. That really means absolutely nothing at this point in time. That's 2 laps in. Or they might consider that the first lap. Now they're speeding up. That is the bell lap. Okay, we got a sprint lap going. Laura Hall is leading the pack right now. They're all staying bunched together. You'll find that the strategy for the most successful racers in the mass start is they don't stay near, they steer near the front of the pack, but they stay in the pack and they rarely lead. Why? Because they want to conserve energy. By conserving energy, it allows them to sprint with more energy at the end. Right now, you got Nelly Charlene Neumann from Germany, Skylar Van Horn, and Laura Hall. There's Ferguson in there. And in the points, it looks like Neumann at 3 points, Laura Hall 2 points, rather Skylar Van Horn 2 points, and Laura Hall 1 point. Seems like a lot of work for just a few points, but that's the way it's designed because you get really big points at the end. I think really you want to be in the top 3 when you cross the finish line. So the pecking order really hasn't changed much. Neumann and Van Horn and Hall. There's 10 laps to go. I think we got a bell lap coming up here. Oh, I got one more yet. Okay, so you see they're not really going full out. They're just posturing. Maybe they're talking to each other. Maybe they're talking about the meet. Maybe, but they're really not really talking about their own strategy. They're going to let the actions speak for themselves. So right now you've got Ariane Fournier, you got Neumann, and then Laura Kaye. All right, so this is the second bell lap of 4 bell laps. What that means is that once they get the bell, they actually have to exert themselves. They actually have to sprint. And so I mentioned earlier that points are up for grabs. If you cross the line first, second, or third, you get 3, 2, and points respectively. So let's see how this shapes up. Okay, let's see. How did that shape up? Well, it looks like Neumann has got a couple of points out of that. We got Ariane McGill, who came in second there. We've got Kelly Ann Friesen. Laura Hall is in there. Skylar Van Horn is in there. Lori Kaye is also in there. So right now there's 7 laps to go. 6 laps to go, I should say. Or they're 10 laps into their race, however you want to look at it. Okay, 6 laps to go as soon as they hit this line. So they're 10 laps into their race. And you know that they're not overly exerting themselves. They're posturing. They're saving energy. This probably is going to turn out to be a 2-lap sprint race at the very end. Laura Hall, I see, is at the front. Skylar Van Horn is up there. Clara Mallard is there. Laura Kaye. We've got Allison Demaray. Nila Charlene Neumann, and we've got all the way from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. So that's the 6 skaters right around the front, and there is the bell lap. That means they have to sprint this lap. Okay, they're picking up pace here. They'll still have lots of energy. If you went full out for 16 laps, it would be very challenging. But they're stretching it out now, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. So helmet cover number 4, that's Gabrielle Jelinek. Now she's leading the pack, and if you'll notice, they're not letting up now. So with 4 laps to go, and the final lap is the bell lap, this group, this train is now starting to stretch out. They can go hard for 4 laps, and it's not a full distance because they stay inside the inner lane, and that actually shortens their distance. So, 4, 8, and 12. 4, 8, and 12. So we've got Gabrielle Jelinek in leading the pack, Nayla Charlene Neumann, Anne-Marie Lindqvist just went down, it looked like. Right now, Laura Hall, Claire Mallard, and Skylar Van Horn. Yes, I think Anne-Marie Lindqvist took a fall right by the finish line. There is 2 laps to go, and there's a changing of the guard. You got Allison Demaray now at the front. Claire Mallard is in the 2nd position, so they'll be posturing. Allison Demaray, Chloe Jelinek, and Ariana Fournier, Claire Mallard, Skylar Van Horn, Laura Kaye. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final lap as they round the turn. Okay, here they go. Down the back stretch. Here they come down sprinting. Here they go. To finish hard. So taking the points is Claire Mallard, followed by Allison Demaray and Skylar Van Horn. Well, that was an exciting race. So Jelinek takes the first position. Allison Demaray the second. Eliana Fournier. And this is in points. The third position. Claire Mallard fourth. Laura Hall fifth. Neumann sixth. Skylar Van Horn seventh. Well, that was a great race. That's the mass start, the 16-lap mass start. For the women's, we now move to the juniors. They're all getting sorted out. There'll be 15, or rather 18 skaters, and this will be 10 laps. All right, we'll just put on some music while we do the transition from the seniors to the juniors. Okay, I shouldn't venture away from my post. I'm huffing and puffing. Okay, this is the 10-lap mass start. As they sort it out with the referee, I'm just going to list off the skaters for this 10 laps. Robin Saleh from Manitoba will be part of this race. Heidi Beck from Alberta. Sydney Benny from BC. Leila Cartier from Quebec. Isabelle Erasmus from Alberta. Maya Kemp from Manitoba. Cheyenne Key from BC. Rachel Mallard from Ontario. Elena Manina from Alberta. Haley Murray from Ontario. Sarah Murray from Ontario. Hannah North from BC. Lindsay Smart from Manitoba. Lewis Spence from Alberta. Rachel Spritzen from Manitoba. From Alberta, Denise Westland and Sophia Dvorak from Saskatchewan. I have a feeling Robin Saleh will be our lead skater, setting the pace. Here we go, 10 laps. Good luck, ladies. Should be fun. Well, Robin Saleh is in fact the lead skater. So once again, if you're unsure of what's going on here, the first lap is really a non-lap. It's not even setting a pace. It's just really kind of getting going. But no skater can lap the lead skater. If they do, they'll be disqualified. So the real race begins after this first lap. It really becomes a 9-lap race, not really a 10-lap race. Once they cross over real close to the bell, there'll be a gun will go off and it'll game on. And that's what you just heard. If you're in the building, the gun goes off. Now 9 laps to go. 9 laps to go. We will have a bell lap on the 7th lap. A nice train that they've got going there. Robin Saleh right now is leading the way. Rachel Mallard is in there. Maya Kemp is also in there. Cartier's in there. Benny's in there. Smart's in there. So you had just in front of me, Leila Cartier was leading the pack. Lindsay Smart was there. And then Robin Saleh. Lots of Manitobans in this group. 1, 2, 4 Manitobans in this race. So this is the 8th lap. They now have 7 laps to go. This is a bell lap, and now they got to sprint it out. 29 and 27. So Haley Murray and Rachel Mallard are starting to lead the way. Let's see who wants to stay with the pack. Haley Murray, and you got Rachel Mallard and Maya Kemp. Let's have a look here. Not really working 25 and 23. So Maya Kemp is ahead. She takes the first 3 points. Leila Cartier 2 points. Lindsay Smart 1 point. They are now skating their 6th lap. And when they cross line in front of us, there'll be 5 laps to 5 laps to go. Somebody went down. So the leaderboard is changing a little bit. Lila Cartier, Maya Kemp, Robin Solly, Sydney Benny's in there. They're skating their 5th lap right now. Coming up will be a bell lap, and here we go. So you've got Lila Cartier in there, Maya Kemp, Robin Solly, Sydney Benny, Rachel Millard, Haley Murray, Lewis Spence is in there in this group. Down the back straight they go. Here they come down the front straight. So Robin Solly would take that, 3 points. And then Lila Cartier, and then Maya Kemp. So right now it looks like Solly, Kemp, and Cartier finishing up. They're doing lap 3 right now. And with 2 laps to go, the next lap is bell lap. I don't think they're going to be taking it easy anymore. I think they're going to start to step up their game. If you get lapped in mass start, you're disqualified. So you don't want to get lapped. Okay, here we go. This is the bell lap, and game on. Robin Solly in the lead, Lily Cloutier, Rachel Millard, Sydney Benny, Maya Kemp, Lewis Spence, and Haley Murray are in there. That's the top 7 right now. One of those, out of that 7, we are going to get the top 6 racers in points. Here they come, down the straightaway. It's a sprint, ladies and gentlemen, all the way. Who's going to take it? Crossing the line first, it looked like Lila Cartier, followed by Sydney Benny and Rachel Mallard, with Robin Solly and Maya Kemp and Lewis Spence. That's the lineup. That's what it looks like from my end. The balance of the racers are coming in. That's the mass start, ladies and gentlemen. A 10-lap race here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for me right now. Somebody else will take over the microphone for the men's mass start. I want to say it was a pleasure to be here for 3 days. Wow, did it ever go by quickly. I look forward to coming back next season to watch these athletes, which is what it's all about, to grow, develop, and to get faster and faster every year. So good day, God bless, be safe, and we'll see you in the 22-23 speed skating system.